certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Oh my goodness. Oh, Johnny's not here. Very odd that Johnny isn't here yet. Ruh-roh. Oh, he says, on my way. Okay. All right. Did somebody get a little sleepy? Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. To the new people checking us out, only here for the drama, we have a little today. We have little updates for you. I have some notes regarding that, but I am happy to tell the OG fans that we'll probably be going back to our little community pretty soon. I mean, obviously there will be flare-ups. There will be updates in the story, body cam footage coming out. And by the way, I'm not showing the body cam footage on this program if children's faces aren't blurred out, which I believe is what they're going to do anyway. So I probably don't have to worry about that, which is good. But I wouldn't show that again if the faces weren't blurred out. There he is. What's going on, buddy?
Ugh, Zoom.
What's the matter?
It was having trouble with I have multiple monitors, so it wouldn't let me open Zoom because it kept trying to have the window on one side and open on another. It just was being a pain. And
can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something from experience, buddy. If that's the big problem this morning, you're doing okay.
You're gonna be fine.
You're gonna be all right. I promise.
Gonna be okay.
You're gonna be okay. Yeah, but as far as the show goes, look. I've got a few notes here. I've got some clips we can watch. I've got some emails I want to get to. And then after that, I think we can get back to a lot of regular show stuff today. Yesterday we were going to get back to a lot of regular show stuff, and then the goddamn search warrant affidavit drops.
Yeah.
And that kind of became the big news of yesterday. And other people pointing out, it actually, when I read the whole entire thing, I was like, oh, that would explain why there hasn't been a lot of activity on my bank account from April's end. They took her cards because they were, and I'll say this, like all the stuff they found on the nightstand for cocaine, like the straws and the cocaine residue and the cards that tested positive for it. Dude, when I was there, they never did it in the bedroom on the nightstand. Like nobody ever did. Like as I read that search warrant affidavit and the condition that the kids were in and everything else, I kind of went, I was like, this got way worse in 7 weeks. Like,
well, it obviously didn't slow down at all.
No, and I don't know, maybe I was slowing it down. I mean, I wasn't slow, like it wasn't going from like here down to here, But maybe they wanted to be way up here, and my nagging, like, kept it here.
You were holding them back, man.
It was still terrible. It was still really bad. But when I was told by Kayla that she was like, April and Nick think that you were trying to control their use. And I'm just sitting here going, well, looking back, not a bad voice to have in the home.
Sounds like you could have used a little more of it.
Yeah. I got made fun of for the SpaghettiOs thing and making food every once in a while. And then one of the reasons that the search warrant even got signed and done was because apparently in the last 7 weeks, the kids have been going to school saying they were hungry and wearing the same clothes. So, say whatever you want, because, look, I've talked about a lot, but I've eaten a lot of shit too. And
I thought you ate SpaghettiOs.
So I've eaten a lot of shit for this, and I've taken my slices of humble pie, if you will. There are going to be times where, I lost a lot because of this. This cost me a lot. My own actions and the actions we all took. So there is stuff that I ate a shit sandwich for from other people that I tried to do good things, and when it comes out, fuck yeah, I'm gonna brag about it a little bit. I was talking to my therapist yesterday, and she said, here's how you handle this on the air. Because she did say, she said, I'm worried about you. Mm-hmm. And I said, you're right to worry. My brain is in a million places all at once. I go from sad to vengeful. I go from angry to full of self-pity. I go, here and there multiple times a day. And she said, well, here's what you do. Here's how you handle it on your show. Truth with grace. Talk about what you're feeling and try to be graceful. Here's where the grace part comes in. I have said, and will continue to say, that I hope my wife goes back to who she used to be and that person returns, because I will tell you this, since she's not facing any charges, since she got that get out of jail free card and a fucking second chance at life, I think Gino said it perfectly. Since she got that, if she goes back to who she was or some form thereof, she's going to be fine in life. She's going to find a decent enough job. She'll be able to find a partner. She'll be able to have a healthy relationship. She will be good if she just goes back to what that was. You cannot miss that life. You cannot miss the Rekietas. You cannot miss me. To use a legal term, it's all fruit of the poison tree. We're all bad for her, and vice versa. We're all bad for each other. Everybody's got to move on from everybody. Everybody's got to kick any nasty habits they have, and April will be fine. I did talk to my lawyer this morning, and I talked to him yesterday because I do have a meeting that we'll talk about a little bit later. April is signing the papers. We are getting this done, and we are going to move on from one another. And I think that is great for both of us. And then Johnny's sitting here, oh, good, I'll get a raise. As soon as we can get that all done. I have been, I'll say it openly. I have been paying her bills the last few months and happy to do so because she's going through a really fucking tough time. And I'm not going to throw her out on the streets. I'm not going to put her in the poorhouse. I'm not going to, fuck up her credit or anything like that. She needs all of that stuff to continue on. So the last few months, things have been financially as they've always been. That's coming to an end, but I feel pretty good with how I've handled that. But we're getting those signed. I do not know where she is. I do not want to know where she is. We will get those papers signed and we will go live our separate lives. And if we're talking about what my therapist said and truth with grace, the truth is this. I wish her nothing but the best, especially if she's away from that family. Especially if she is away from them, then I wish her the absolute best. If she's with them, there's no point in wishing her the best because it's not going to go well.
So there's no way that she can maintain a relationship with the Rekietas.
No.
In your opinion.
It's all AIDS. It's all cancer. It's all rot. It's all shit. You got arrested in a house with drugs, guns, and children. There's no more to say. There's no future in that. They are married. They need to get back to that. You know, to use, for lack of a better phrase, we all need to just go back to Jesus. You know, I've never been a religious man, but we all just need to go back to Christ. That's what we all need. That's a good starting point for all of us. Go back to your wife. Go back to your husband. You know, because we all lost a lot in this. I lost my partner. April lost her marriage. April got arrested for these things. Nick and Kayla lost their fucking children. Nobody won here. We're all giant losers. But with April, I think out of all of us, April's got the best chance to move on. She's young. She's pretty. She's got the world ahead of her. She's fucking skated, dude. I mean, I don't think anybody, I think anybody with half a brain looks at April's situation and goes, you fell into a bucket of shit and came out smelling like a rose.
That horseshoe is welded up in your ass.
Oh, you've got a horseshoe, yeah, just lodged in your anal cavity. Just that horseshoe is there. You got a 4-leaf clover tattooed on your back. Is she fucked up? I hope so. I'm fucked up. Like there's no doubting that. There's no running from that. I'm fucked up. And one of the first things of getting better is admitting you're fucked up. For example, I think the legal mindset guy was absolutely right. I took his advice to heart yesterday. I've been doing too many shows. No more guest spots on shows. I'll do my own show and then I'll live my life. I'll get back to that routine. I'll get back to that normalcy. I moved my appearance on Alex Stein's show up from Thursday to Tuesday because I wanted to go to boxing on Thursday and get back into that routine. So April's, I got word today from my lawyer. April is going to sign the papers. We're going to get that done. Thank goodness we can both move on. We can both get that out from over our head and move on with our lives. I think that's very exciting. But as my therapist said, truth with grace. And the truth is, I really want her to do well. I really do. And I hope she goes to Keanu and Gino's wedding. And I hope when I see her there, she's healthy. And I hope that she likes my new girlfriend. No, I'm just kidding. I was only kidding. Who knows?
She's not going to meet her.
I'm keeping her in a suitcase in the hotel room. She's not going to meet anybody but me. That would be funny. Like, I just get really possessive of the next one because of the fucking disaster this has been. Like, I'm like, no, you're not allowed to meet any of my friends. You might fuck them. Just fucking become a possessive lunatic. I mean, because
Start running up on dudes. You sniffing around my bitch?
You giving her coke? What? No. What? No, of course not. I'm 40. I don't do coke. Oh, I forgot. Normal people don't.
You just start flipping out every time there's a white substance around. Is that fucking coke? No, it's powdered sugar. We're having waffles, you asshole. Calm down.
Jesus, man. There's kids here. I know, but that's not what I'm used to. I apologize. I hear a Mustang rev up. I get PTSD. I'm like, she's going to fuck him. It's so, look, we've got that going for us, which is nice. Even Nick and Kayla, you know, if we're going, you know, talking to my therapist really set me back on the right track a little because I was spiraling a bit yesterday. Mm-hmm. And to be honest, I wish them the best with conditions, much like being let out of jail.
They have to pay bond.
Yeah. If they go to rehab, if they get clean, if they go to therapy, if they admit their wrongdoings, if they take a plea deal, if they can, you know, and hopefully that keeps them out of jail, and they just focus on getting their kids back. You know, don't focus on clearing your name. You can't. You just have to do better the next time. But I hope that they live a long, happy life as well after obviously changing, becoming different people. I don't want the people who got arrested to live a good, happy life because they're not going to. I want them to become somebody else and then live a long, happy life. So that, if we're talking about truth with grace, that would be truth with grace. Let's go to thank a few people. Thank you very much to Addicted to Profits for throwing us $10 over on PayPal today. I appreciate that, buddy. Also, we got some super chats coming in here. Let's get to those. We're going back old school. We're going to a goal today. We're going to have overtime if we knock it out. We're going to talk about some other things today. We'll get all the Aaron's life stuff out of the way off top. And then we've got a lot of other things to discuss. MGD with $10 says, farewell to the juiciest Hackverse drama ever. Gonna stick around for a while. How about staging some nasty on-air arguments between you and one of the co-hosts soon? Yogurt and grapes. I hopefully no. Look, this bump that we're seeing is very temporary. It's for this week and this week only. Then when new news comes out about it, we'll see another uptick again. But for the most part, here's what I'm hoping for. You know, we've gained 4,000, probably about 3,000 subscribers or so, I think, on both the platforms. I hope a couple hundred of those, you know, stick around and watch the show when we go back to fucking busting balls and shitting on people and all that stuff. I hope that a couple hundred of them at a time stick around. I hope we've got between Rumble and YouTube 1,000 people watching the show at a time. I'd be happy with that, to go from 800 to 1,000. I'd be fine with that. I think the last few days between Rumble and YouTube, we've had like 2,000 people watching at a time. If we lose half of that, that's okay. I knew that was going to happen. That's just part of kind of being a flare-up, being a flash in the pan thing. The point is, like, when we were in the middle of the Chad Zumach stuff, we flared way up and then we settled back down. But our numbers were up a little from where they were before it all started. Same thing with this. Flare way the fuck up, it comes back down, we settle in at a number that was a little higher than before. I'd be fucking tickled for that. Joshua with $5 says, no matter what issue is highlighted in the current post-COVID era, everyone ignores the fact that America is suffering a lack of morality issue. Certainly don't think that's been lost on me. You know, I hope that I think that I've certainly learned that lesson. Joe,
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
How could you have learned that? What would have taught you? Have you gone through? Have you lost anything from immoral decisions?
Losing the love of my life to drugs and polyamory.
I mean,
That'll do you.
but was she really the love of your life? I mean, she was great and she was funny and she loved doing all the same stuff you did and looked good in a golf skirt. Like, I mean, what love of your life? I mean, really?
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I
I
must.
mean, you can find another one, right? Like, they make those at a store.
I must say, you're a good friend.
Fish in the sea, my friend. Fish in the sea.
Fish in the sea, of course. Fish in the sea. There's, you know what I hear? I hear there's plenty of them.
Right.
Pot Awful with 199 says, can Johnny have one more meltdown just to bookend this? You know, Jesse's got a good point there, buddy.
I thought about it. I was gonna try. I've got a lot of horrible, depressing shit in my life, but it just my heart's not in it.
Has all this helped you feel better?
I didn't need it to, but yes. I wasn't like I would have been fine. I appreciate what you've done for me. Don't get me wrong, this is great. But I would have been fine if none of this had happened. But yeah, no, this happening has kind of given me a little bit of clarity. Like, my life is a horrible pile of shit that's out of control and a lot of issues and everything. But so is his. So okay, we're good.
And all I want to say is happy to help. Happy to help. Yesterday was a tough one. I did way too many shows. I moved the Alex Stein interview up. What happened was Alex lost his guest. Vic Mignogna didn't want to talk about Nick anymore. He was kind of divorcing himself from Nick after the news about his children and all that. So Vic didn't want to talk on Alex Stein's show. So I said, well, I don't want to miss boxing again on Thursday, and I would have had to do Alex's show when I was booked. So I said, I contacted Alex. I said, I'll move mine up if that'll help you out. And he said, yeah. So we did. Then we had, so I did the Alex Stein show. Then I did Ethan Ralph's show, and I probably wouldn't do that again. I mean, that's just kind of that blood sports shit, and that's not really my scene. That was just kind of I don't like it when people kiss your ass in like DMs. and then go, ooh, I'm going to set up an ambush, but I'm not the one ambushing him, so then it's okay. It's like, yeah, no, you were dishonest. Like, it was a dishonest setup. I handled it fine, but, like, it was just kind of like a gay 2014 era, like, oh, let's try to be as shocking as possible kind of a thing. It was, and he was also upset that I went on Kino Casino first. Look, I can be done with all that stuff. Like, I did him the favor. He handled it the way he handled it. Whatever, it's his show. He's allowed to. But he can do his show however he wants. I won't do it again. I don't think. And I brought him on my show multiple times. He was very cool to me. I thought we were going to have a one-on-one. It was going to be he and I. And then it just turned into, like, Ethan's like, hey, I've got a bunch of, like, wannabe shock jock dudes here who just want to be fucking, wild, and holy shit, I can't believe he said it. I'm just going to let them ask you a bunch of questions. Quite frankly, interview-wise, it was kind of lazy. So, yeah, that was kind of an ambush job. And people are, look, like I said, people are allowed to do it. It doesn't mean I have to be a part of it. So,
right.
The Alex Stein show was great. That was a one-on-one. Alex was awesome. Alex has been very cool to me publicly and privately, and I appreciate that. Alex and I have had our issues in the past. Alex and I have gone after each other in the past, but Alex has been very, very cool with this whole thing. And again, I appreciate that. I didn't get a chance to ask him about the roast. I should have asked him how much he needed to come do the roast. I'm going to find out how good of friends some of these people are, see if some of them will do it on the old finger, as they say. I wish Minnesota was a better vacation destination.
So you're saying we're going to have Nick at the roast?
I hope we can get Adrian. I do.
I mean, is he busy? I'm sure if he's not busy, we can probably afford him and get him in.
And probably get Adrian in there, sure. Let's go to CXLD brand with $5. Says we got to read these because people think they're fucking hilarious with it. CXLD brand says, with all the moral grandstanding. Again, I don't know where these people are getting their retarded hearing from. Would you describe what I've been talking about as have I morally grandstood on what I've done?
No, actually, you've kind of shamed yourself morally, and you've been saying we're all pieces of shit. I mean, yeah, you're flogging yourself and saying, "Look, I got out and I stopped, but we're all pieces of shit."
I gotta say to CXLD brand, I know he wants it to be a certain way so that he can say certain stuff and feel a certain way, but I'm sorry, buddy, you either aren't listening or you're in denial. But hey, that's you. I think we all know Aaron was in the cuck chair while Kayla, April, and Nick got down. He got mad and ratted everyone out online. Yeah, maybe you can't see yourself realizing that this all got fucked up and everyone was just, in drama and disaster mode all the time, so you removed yourself from it. Maybe you can't see yourself doing the same thing, but I'm sorry that's what happened, and I guess I'm sorry you have to create those realities in your head to, I don't know, make yourself feel better. I wouldn't worry about my life so much if I were you. But look, whatever you need to do to figure all this shit out, I'm 100% okay with it. Let's get down to it. What are we at? 3:25 for today to get to overtime. Again, thank you to Addicted to Profits, who threw us $10 over on the PayPal this morning. If you'd like to throw in a couple of bucks to support this little program we do, all the links are in the chat. And also, we'll read all the super chats and the memberships and gifted memberships and all that today as well. A couple other things. I do have, I think today's show is titled My Day of Reckoning or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
My Day of Reckoning looks like this. I have a meeting this afternoon where I have to kind of, I got to own up to everything on the record. I have to go on the record and talk about, the things I've been talking about here, which obviously, as we know from reading the affidavit yesterday, the authorities have been watching. They've been checking it out. They've been seeing what's going on.
Hell, they're fans of the show.
That's right. We did find out that at least, was it the detective or one of the deputies or whatever was like a Steel Toe fan.
Yeah, the detective who wrote the affidavit.
Yeah, I thought that was really funny. he was a steel toe fan at the very least from the radio days, maybe now. But and then one of our fans who's a cop wrote in and said, yeah, I know the guy who had to go through a lot of this stuff. He's a steel toe fan. I'm like, fuck, that's awesome.
He was quoted as reading Nick his rights and then saying, all right, now lace up.
Yeah. He said, I'm sure these charges won't be so bad for you. And he goes, new boot goofing. So this afternoon, I have a get-together with a detective. I'm going to go on record. I'm going to talk about everything, put it all out there. Fact is, whether I talked about this stuff on the show or not, they were going to want to talk to me. Obviously, I'd been to their house numerous times. It's on video. As Alex Jones would say, it's documented, it's proven. And they were going to want to get, my layout, my perspective, everything else. And I
mean, would they have known that you were ever there if you hadn't said anything? I mean, did you leave anything there besides your wife? I mean, like... Just oh, look, we found a pen that belongs to you.
Well, no, there were multiple streams where we were at their house. Like we streamed from their house. It was in the search warrant affidavit. They were going to want to talk to me regardless. So I'm going to go there, and I spoke to my lawyer, talked to him about everything, talked to the detective about everything. I'm not under any criminal suspicion. What I was told by the detective yesterday was, unless you've got a murder to admit to between today and tomorrow, we're not looking at you.
Not that you know of, sir.
Yeah, we're not really looking at you for anything. I mean, you can't arrest someone because they went on their show and said, I did coke a few times. Like, sorry, you can't arrest anybody for that. Because, you can...
Technically, didn't the president... Bush admit to that?
Yeah, President Bush, President Obama, every basketball, football, baseball player, musician, actor, they'd all be in jail. They want possession. They don't want use. So there's nothing really. Now, the one thing that they did mention was that they said, look, the other person who was arrested is your wife. Your wife is your children's stepmother. We do have to look into all 8 kids involved in this situation. So there's going to be someone from Child Protective Services there while we interview. And I said, that's fine with me. I talked to my lawyer. My lawyer said, look, you and your ex-wife are good. You guys have talked about everything. The one instance that there were drugs in your home, you threw everybody the fuck out. You got it the fuck out of there when you discovered it. He said, honestly, just tell the truth and you'll be fine. Anything they want me to anything Child Protective Services ask me to sign, I'll keep my kids away from this, I'll do that. Totally willing to do that. Not a problem. I'm willing to cooperate. I want to put the pressure on everyone to get better. I want to if people aren't going to voluntarily and willfully just get better and do what needs to be done to heal themselves, if they're going to think that they don't have a problem or they can do this cold turkey, I at least want to, provide.
I want to force them to change.
I want to force them to change because they have to. Otherwise, those kids are not going to have a good go of it.
It sounds like a dick thing. But it is technically rooted in a good place and it in meaning well because you want them to spend time with their kids.
Well, and also I need to fucking cleanse my soul. I need to. I want to admit what I did.
Well, now we're going to be here all day.
Yeah, of course. So we've got that going on. Thank you very much to Beef Turkey with $1.99. Joshua with $5 says, if you have to be a witness or testify, get nasty. Get nasty with it, just like Stormy Daniels did. Super gross and graphic to horrify everyone in the room. That's not necessary. Scott Christy Jones with $2 says, $5 Nick gets 10, $1 your wife opens an OnlyFans. Pot Awful with $4.99 says, you couldn't save Ape. Please save Johnny from his addiction. You can't afford to lose more co-hosts. He is hopelessly weed addicted. Real. # save Johnny. I will be honest, Jesse does seem like he's just looking out for you.
Yeah, he means well.
Yeah.
I just, it's been so much so long at this point. I don't think there's any way back. It's just I'm like 3/4 THC at this point.
You know what? God damn it.
Weed's the only thing holding me together.
God damn it, man. I'm not going to fail another one. I'm going to. Like, if Ace Ventura had a second chance to help that raccoon when he was falling off the rappelling equipment, you know, he would save that goddamn raccoon. You're my raccoon, and I'm going to save you. Don't you worry, buddy. Not
Well,
from
that raccoon only fell because it lied about its weight.
Look, man, I can't say I can help you with your MS because I can't.
Nobody can.
I'm not a goddamn miracle worker, but I'm
looking
going
at you, Jesus.
You know what's interesting about that? I believe I'm 100% as far away from Jesus as a man can get. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Nate the Lawyer, if this is the real Nate the Lawyer, I do want to say, big fan of your coverage of all this. I think there's been a lot of people in that Lawtube community who have been fucking hacks. This Nate the Lawyer guy, I was listening to him on the guy I like, the guy who gave me some tough love advice on his last stream. Oh, God damn it. Legal Mindset. I like that guy. I think he's really good. He was like, Aaron's doing too many shows. It looks clout chasey. And I said, holy shit, he's right. It does from the outside looking in. It looks really fucking bad. But I was just in such go mode. Like, I wanted to distract myself from thinking about it constantly in my private time. So I thought, if I go on the air and we tell some jokes and whatever, you know, it'll distract me. But the only thing is, it's just waiting for you when you're done. And then you think you feel dirty for doing another show.
And plus, like, are you getting away from it when you get on? You're immediately getting into it. You know, I mean,
no,
you're going to rehash it. We're going to talk about it. So, I mean, you're not really escaping it at all.
No, you're not at all. You're right. And, but I was watching Legal Mindset, and he was saying Aaron's doing too many shows. And instead of me going, because like this always bothered me about Nick. Nick has really helped me be more introspective because I watch him and I go, ew, that's fucking gross. I don't like it that he's doing that. And so I try to go, well, I don't want to do that. So when Legal Mindset said that about me, your immediate impulse is to go, well, fuck you, dude, whatever. But then I sat in that feeling for a minute because I need to do better with my impulse control. And I sat in it for a minute and I thought about it and I said, you know what, he is right. You know, you do need to fucking back off it because even though that's not why you're doing it, it does look that way. And you got to be mindful of shit like that because that can sneak up on you and fuck with you too. But he's been really good with the whole thing. And he had Nate the Lawyer on. And that guy was fucking sharp. I mean, some of these guys you watch and you go, Jesus Christ, do they owe Nick money or something? Like, are they on the payroll? Are they on the like that Robert Barnes guy is a complete lunatic. Like that guy was like trying to talk about it like it's some kind of government conspiracy, like anybody gives a fuck about Nick Rekieta in the fucking Justice Department or the State Department. That guy was fucking embarrassing. Like there were that uncivil law guy who's been kind of defensive of Nick even came out and said the warrant is unattackable. Like you've got, you know, all the villagers are going, dude, this is fucked up. There's smoke signals coming up from everywhere. We can check to see if there's fire. And, you know, that Robert Barnes guy is just sitting there to the bitter end. Like, again, he's in the bunker in Downfall with Hitler, you know, telling him that Steiner's column hasn't been destroyed. You know, he don't want to break the news to the Fuhrer. But this Nate the Lawyer was just like right down the middle with it, man. He was just analyzing it. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Just remember, Nick needs help, and the kids need their father. Hopefully this ends with everyone in recovery and putting this behind them. Yeah. I mean, I can't echo that sentiment enough. But then again, but I will say this is where I maybe need to work on myself as a human. If they don't get help, on the flip side of that, I'm going to be really fucking pissed and mad and angry at them. You know?
But you can't control it. What are you going to... You can't control what people are going to do. If they don't want to get help, they're not going to get help. It's as simple as that.
$5 from Viking says, Aaron may be hiding Nick's blow in his ass. Search there, detective. Oh, God. I mean, they can, but I'd rather they didn't.
Every time he farts, he's sending out smoke signals.
If the detective was like, bend over, I got to search your asshole. I'm like, well, first of all, I'm going to call Nate the Lawyer because I don't think this is legal. Second of all, You know, I'm so vulnerable and full of guilt right now. I might just let you do it just to prove I'm clean.
Just to feel love.
Justin Erb with $5 says, have you considered donating all the extra money you've made to the local food bank for hungry children? I have thought about that one because people did inform me. They were like, dude, you know, the Rekietas have money. You don't need to be fucking taking care of their kids. It's fucking weird. You don't need to be sending them money or anything like that. Don't fucking do that. And I thought, well, then what can I do with this good fortune that we've had from this terrible, awful thing? Food shelf was one of the first things I thought of. So I think your money goes a long way at a food shelf. I think they really know how to stretch a buck there. That could help a lot.
Shop at a lot of food shelves, do you?
I don't, but I remember the first radio station I worked at in Litchfield, we were down the street from the local food shelf. And I know that we did charity stuff for them, and they really knew how to stretch a buck. Like Andy Dufresne building that library. Red Fox Mad with $4.99. Who meets someone one time in person, then goes hunting on that stranger's land? That's dangerous, not smart, putting one in a dangerous situation. You guys don't have the timeline fully right there. We met them at the comedy show. We hung out a couple of times. It was like a month later. Maybe more than a month later, that April started using their hunting land. We had hung out a few times. We were friends.
Well, you know,
by that point.
she should have at least brought a weapon or something to protect herself because she doesn't know these people.
We all went armed, I guess you could say. Unfortunately. $2.95 away from this morning. Thank you guys. All the links to PayPal and Streamlabs and everything else are in the chat. Again, thank you for your generosity to this program. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you all for your generosity. All right. So yeah, this afternoon I go and they want to talk to me. I'll talk to them. I'll get this all off my chest onto the record, and that'll be a big part of not only moving on with my life, but moving on with this show. Also, the other thing I wanted to
doing a show?
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to talk about before we get into the clips and before we get into news and before we get into all that stuff, do you know what we completely missed? Because all of this stuff happened, and like we never went over it on the show. We never discussed it on the show. We never talked about it.
No idea. This was all news to me when it happened. So
the fact that Chad Zumach and I were on a show together, yelling at each other and fighting with each other, and by the end laughing about it.
Yeah. You guys actually were getting along.
We never watched any of it on the show. We never talked about any of it on the show. We never got to any of the Misery Loves Company stuff. It's a hallmark moment in Steel Toe history. Chad Zumach and I have far more of a history than Nick and I do. I mean, Chad and I have been going at it for years. And we were on the same show together. And now we have this moment where we come together and we're face to face for the first time, so to speak, and we never talked about it on the show. That's fucking wild. So we'll be able to get to some of that today.
And that's where all of this broke, which was the other funny part about it.
Yeah, this all broke on Misery Loves Company.
Chad was the one to be like, "Hey, dude, I have bad news for you."
And you got to admit, for like my mortal enemy, Chad was really sensitive about breaking the news.
Oh, yeah. He was very, very delicate about it. He was very understanding. He could have been a total dick, and he wasn't. He was very just like, hey, man, I'm not fucking with you, and I'm sorry to be doing this, but my phone's blowing up, and this is what I'm hearing.
Elza Belza says she was having an affair while she was hunting at the Rekieta. Look, when all of this stuff happens, you think about stuff like that. And she went hunting there probably 3-4 times. Did she? I don't know. I do think that maybe they're, knowing how their life was, knowing better how their life was, maybe cocaine was introduced. But I do feel like that first night that April did it, at least in front of me, it did seem like her first time. I could be wrong. It could be just, you go back, hindsight is 20/20. You go back and think about things. Did I think she was having an affair before we started all this? Do I think she did drugs? To the second one, maybe. To the first one, I really don't think so. I really don't think so to the first one. It's not impossible, and that would be heartbreaking and terrible to find out that everyone basically lied to me and set me up and then made me a part of it. If that had happened, I would have never done any of this. I would have said, okay, you're all fucking out of here. Bye.
And I'm out.
And I'm out. But I have no proof that happened. And honestly, given their history, I have no reason to believe that it wouldn't be like a couple's thing. So I would say that might just be my paranoia running away with me. $2.95 away for today. If you want to contribute to the show, all the links are up in the chat, and we appreciate it. So let's get through some links. Let's talk about some things here. I've got an email I want to check out. I've got a video from the Quartering, of all people.
The Quartering?
Yeah, Jeremy from the Quartering has been all over this Nick thing. You know, and a lot of people, when they see a video where a guy's like being critical, they'll go, oh, he's trashing Nick. I don't think people who are being critical of Nick are trashing Nick. There's a lot to be critical of. You know, I don't, just like when I said that, you know, when Legal Mindset was criticizing some of the things I was doing. I don't think that's Legal Mindset trashing me. I think that's me putting myself out there, me, and also being part of this story, whether I'm saying something or not, and him analyzing what I'm talking about and analyzing what I'm saying. That's not trashing me. That's giving his opinion on what I'm doing. Same thing with the Quartering. I don't think he's trashing Nick Rekieta. I think Nick Rekieta has done a lot of dumb shit. And people are pointing out that it's dumb shit, and they're giving their opinion on it. That's not trashing a guy. And nobody owes blind fealty to any of these people, myself included. You know, if people think people are fucking up and they're public figures, you're allowed to go in public and say you think they're fucking up.
You got completely messed up on camera. We saw it.
That's just it, too. Every time I start feeling guilty about talking about this, I go, yeah, but I didn't really stop, or I didn't really start putting my walls down until fucked up shit kept coming to me, and it kept making my association with them look fucking terrible, you know? And I was like, well, you know, they did so much fucked up stuff. I keep forgetting this when I start feeling guilty, that they fucked up. They got caught doing fucked up shit. And when they got caught doing fucked up shit, everybody just immediately turned their eyes to me and went, huh? What do you know about this? What, you were there. We all know you guys were there, and you were there until, and you've been talking about your divorce and all that, and you were there until this time. What really happened, fuckface? And at that point, you can't lie to cover people anymore. You know, you can't go, well, I'm just talking about what I used, or I'm just talking about what I did. You know, that became, after they got arrested, it became, well, I'll talk to you about what I saw and what I experienced. You know? So, you know, that wasn't me shitting on them. That was me going, well, seeing as the cat's out of the bag, or the Coke's out of the bag, Coke's out of the baggie, let's let the truth have its day. Let's let sunlight be the best disinfectant. Let's talk about all this.
Because we haven't done that yet. So we're going to get into that once and for all.
So,
be done.
So like when Uncivil Law or Jeremy from the Quartering go on a show and they talk about this, they're just guys talking about a news story. And that's totally fine. Let's watch Jeremy from the Quartering. I've never been the biggest fan of his, but I do think that he has done some quality work on this. I think he's given some pretty decent analysis because, remember, Tim Pool and the Quartering, the thing we always say about Tim Pool and the Quartering is they're like soft, mushy middle guys who don't really ever take a stand.
Right.
You know, they're old fence-sitting Tim. Or as ROTC calls him, Boring Jeremy. Not Jeremy Boring from the Daily Wire, Boring Jeremy from the Quartering. So now he's talking to Uncivil Law. And this guy, Uncivil Law, we got a video about him, too, that somebody sent us. You know, we watched
the guy from the video yesterday?
This is the guy from the Age of Consent video.
Yeah, that's creepy. This
guy's weird. And somebody sent us another video on civil law that we'll watch a little bit later. But he's been a guy who, and this really fucking bothers me about these Lawtube guys, is they'll sit there and they'll go, guys, we're not going to speculate. We're going to stick to the facts of the case. We're going to stick to the law. We're going to stick to this and that. And then they'll go on and they'll speculate for a half hour. Like before the search warrant affidavit came out, they were like, guys, we don't know what's in it. We're not sure. We're going to stick to the facts. And then people like Uncivil Law would be like, well, maybe you can throw this warrant out. Maybe it's just absolute garbage. Maybe this warrant will be Nick's ticket out and he'll get out on a technicality. And it's like, first of all, do you really want someone with this kind of a problem to get out on a technicality? What are they going to learn? Like, what is he going to do? Give you a pat on the head and a kudos when it's all over? Is it worth it to sell your soul? So they would sit there and speculate on shit that hadn't come out yet and then tell the rest of us not to speculate. Well, then the warrant came out yesterday, and this motherfucker's crying because he's like, the warrant is unattackable. We can't poke enough holes in it to make it bad. And it's like, but you're a lawyer. You shouldn't want to. You should just be reporting what the facts of the case are. That's what you've been yelling at the rest of us for. Report the facts of the case. Oh, just the facts, ma'am. But then when the
fact is he loves Nick.
That's true, too. That is one of the facts of the case. When the facts come out, just report them. When the facts come out and you don't like them, don't literally cry like a baby. If your message is... Now, see, my message is, let's all speculate and have fun. You know, I'm not a lawyer. My whole thing is, let's talk some shit. Why not? Let's, wonder what's on there. But if your whole message is, let's listen to all the facts, and then you start getting carried away because you don't like what the search warrant affidavit says, you're kind of being a hypocrite. So let's watch Jeremy from the Quartering and Uncivil Law talk about this. I think Jeremy did a very good job with it.
Oh, no, I don't. I don't have a lot of faith in Nick. I think Nick will end up back in jail. I think Nick will violate his bail. I think Nick will get high again.
I agree with Jeremy, unfortunately. I hope that's not the case. You know what I mean? I hope that doesn't happen. But Nick's acting very arrogant since he got arrested. Nick's acting very much like he's smarter than everyone, and he knows better. He has been posting online. He has been talking in group chats and things like that, and people are telling him to stop. He did say in his locals chat that he's thrown away all the alcohol in his house. I hope to God that that's true. But I'm also aware of all of the alcohol he has in his house. There's
a lot.
If you count the collector bottles and the special bottles and everything else, I don't think it would be a stretch to say there might be $10,000 worth of whiskey in that house. Maybe more. I just know that he has a lot of expensive bottles down in his studio and everything else. Did he throw away? I mean, his house is filled with empty whiskey bottles. His garage is filled with empty whiskey bottles. I remember asking Kayla about it. I'm like, Kayla, should we clean this up or, whatever? And she'd pick up some empty bottles. And I remember she said something I'll never forget. She said, I want to keep them all because I hope someday we'll look at all these empty bottles and go, holy shit, we're drinking way too much. And that stuck with me.
When does that process start?
I mean, that was kind of a touching thing. Like, I was like, right. That kind of goes back to what I've been saying, where there were times where she would talk about wanting this all to be done and wanting it all to stop, but there would never be that second step. And the whiskey bottles thing always stuck with me. Like, I'm keeping I was like, Kayla, we got some messes here. Why don't we throw away some of these empty bottles? She said, no. And Nick may have been keeping them for a different reason, but Kayla said, I'm hoping one day we look at all these empty bottles and we go, Jesus, how much have we been drinking? I said, okay, that's, you know what? It's a good reason. That's fair. But if he, honestly, if he's thrown every drop of alcohol out of his house, then I will say this, that's really fucking impressive, and I'm proud of him for doing that. That would be great. I also know that Nick has said a lot of things to me that aren't true about drugs and alcohol and everything else. I don't know if I believe him that he's thrown every drop of alcohol out of his house. I also know that Nick doesn't handle stress very well at all. So I tend to agree with Jeremy from the quartering when he says
That he's going to relapse.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Jeremy on that one. But there's there's a chance. There's a chance that he's telling the truth. Let's continue here.
On the record saying that. I don't want that to be true, but I believe that is true because I've experienced a lot of people with addiction. And just because you get arrested, it doesn't stop people who are addicted from coke, who have money and means to get the drugs, to stop doing the drugs. I believe that's what I believe. But there's a difference between believing that and wanting it and hoping for it. I don't want that to happen.
That's a fair point too, because I think people like Jeremy, I haven't heard this criticism about myself, but people like Jeremy will say that they'll have like a pessimistic view of whether or not Nick will get and or stay clean. And people go, oh, so you want him to relapse? You want him to do this? It's like, no, nobody wants that. I mean, 5 children are on the line here. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants the best case scenario. Just people who have watched him and people like me who know him and people who know addiction are like, look, it doesn't usually go, guy gets arrested for substances, guy quits substances. That's not usually the point A to point B. Usually there's more in that story.
Just because you see the ending of the movie coming doesn't mean you're happy about it. Like
Right.
And again, that doesn't mean that has to happen. That's just what people they're basing experiences off of prior experience. So
Yeah.
off of what you know of them, that's where, but things can change, people can change. And I think everybody is hoping that for this situation and everyone involved, people change.
You know what I say, Johnny, and I've said this many times, and I'm kind of famous for this quote. If I can change and you can change, everybody can change.
I don't think he's hit rock bottom.
If you smell la 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 la. Oh, sorry. Different.
What the Rekieta is cooking.
Ironically, a rock. No, it's not crack.
It was a nose
Stop
boulder.
It. Stop it. It was a baldo. I'm sorry. Let's take this seriously. Jeremy, continue.
I don't think he's hit rock bottom.
It doesn't matter if you think he's hit rock bottom. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Happen. I don't think he's hit rock bottom.
La, 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 la. Okay, you know what? Honest to God, I think I'm done.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Did we get it out of our system? Oh.
Let me see this. Something interesting just came across my...
I have PTSD, phone traumatic
transom,
stress
as they
disorder.
say. Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
Now this is getting weird.
Send me this link. Send me the link where you got this. Oh, this isn't good. If the news I'm getting is accurate.
We were almost out.
Oh, boy.
The door was right.
God damn it. We were going to get back to a normal show today.
The door. Oh.
Oh, fuck me. Well, let's get through this Jeremy thing. Hopefully what I'm reading here is a typo.
Okay.
I don't think he's hit.
What's that?
I was just going to say, so Jeremy doesn't think he's going to get better, and why does he have the uncivil law guy on? Like, to just question? Because again,
just as a guest
defend him?
as a guest on his show.
Okay.
Happen. I don't think he's hit rock bottom. I just don't think so, and I think that. Yeah, I hope he has. That's the two fighting. You know, I don't think he's hit rock bottom. I think more bad things are going to happen. But I hope that I'm wrong. I pray that I'm wrong, because sometimes some people get a scare. It's not like, you know, some hardened criminal, right? You've probably run into these people. Jail is not a big deal to them. people who've been in and out of the system. Oh, jail for 3 months.
I will say this. Here's where I'll disagree with Jeremy. I do think that jail is a big deal to Nick.
Well, I think jail's a big deal to everybody that goes in. Like, you know, like, oh, I'm going to be in there for 3 months. That's nothing. Like, I don't think people really just kind of shirk it off unless you're doing it so much that it's almost your career.
Yeah.
I really think you're going to be worried.
I think it's a big deal to him, and people deal with it in different ways. So I do disagree with Jeremy on that one. I do agree with him, though, that like getting arrested and the threat of jail time doesn't usually get an addict clean. Like, that's not...
It's no big deal.
Well, it's not like you
Cool.
can do drugs in jail.
Three hots in a cot for 3 months. Don't care. Lock me up. Nick's not that guy. Nick, doesn't want to go to jail. I'm sure he doesn't. And so I think that's why he has a good chance of maybe letting this like shake him loose and get the monkey off his back.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. But it will. First of all, of course, as you sort of mentioned earlier, first he has to acknowledge that there's a problem.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's number one. And sorry, guys, I'm being sent something here.
Oops, doodles.
Last modified 5. What was April 24th?
April
That was
24th.
Friday,
would have
right?
been- yeah.
Okay, then this isn't accurate.
All right, then.
There's a supplemental report somebody sent me saying April's been charged again.
Yeah, no.
But this document says last modified 5/24/24.
So then, yeah, that's from last Friday.
Yeah, that's from
That's
last
not
Friday.
new.
She hasn't. Okay, that's not new. She hasn't been charged. Phew. That scared the shit out of me. Because like even
Me
if
too.
she was staying there, and I think Nick told them she was visiting. Kayla said she was the live-in nanny. Even if she had been staying there, which I knew that she had a lot of her stuff in the house next door after I left, that she was not, necessarily living in the house at the time of the arrest, that, she had taken a lot of stuff that we agreed that she should be able to take from this house. And believe you me, there was no room to put that in their house. I mean, she was moving that into another home where she was staying. So I doubt that she would be, and I can say unequivocally that those drugs were not hers. I mean, they clearly, being in the Rekieta's home, they were the Rekieta's drugs.
based on what I've heard from other people in DM threads that appear to exist that I don't have access to.
I saw
But
them.
it doesn't necessarily appear that Nick is necessarily in the most receptive mood to I have done something wrong and I need to fix something. So that does not appear to be what is happening, which is
and that's where he's wearing out a lot of his goodwill with people.
If you start acting like a dick when this all comes to light, and again they found it wasn't like they found a little bit of coke, like they just
found a shitload.
They found a lot of coke and a couple of other drugs, and so to just kind of come at it like this is all bullshit and y'all don't know what you're talking about. But then it does seem weird. He got rid of all the booze in his house and everything. So if he's doing that, then is he repenting or regretting stuff and making amends, or is he calling it all bullshit? It seems like he's doing both.
Doesn't sound like he's making amends. It sounds like he's going down with the ship. Like, it sounds like with all his posts, like the post where he's telling people you didn't see what you think you saw. Yeah, that's kind of shit. Where he's saying that, I'm just reading some really funny lines about Nick and jail.
Yeah. There've been a couple of interesting ones in the chats.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But mostly he's been in denial that there's a problem with him. If he threw all of his booze out though, I would be genuinely impressed by that. You talk about a step in the right direction. That would be a huge step in the right direction if he did that. Blimp with $5 says reportedly they found 2 credit cards under April's name with coke residue on them in Nick's master bedroom. That's not reportedly. That's in the document.
It's in the affidavit.
It's documented. It's proven. They did find. Yeah, they seized 2 of her credit cards, and that one was hard to read. That broke my heart a lot. That really fucking hurt. That one, because that's, God damn it, it's just not who I fell in love with. It's not who I knew. You know,
It
someone.
affects your credit score. Those cards are valuable.
But it's someone in someone's bed on their nightstand, you know, chopping up coke and doing it with a straw. They never did that while I was there, which means here's what sucks about it.
Because how cool would you be with that being the
Not at
modus
all.
operandi?
Not at all. I wouldn't be okay
Exactly.
with that. I was in that bed. I wouldn't have been all right with it. But here's what sucks about that. That means that's what they wanted to be doing the whole time, is they all just wanted to be laying in that bed, chopping up lines and snorting them. That's fucking.
I don't know if that's what they wanted to be doing the whole time, but that's definitely where they got. And I said,
but you
were
understand.
a roadblock.
Okay, but you understand that fucking sucks to hear, because when I was there, when I was there, they weren't doing that. You know, that's something that developed in the last 7 weeks. And what I'm finding out by reading this affidavit, there's a lot of shit that went down in the last 7 weeks.
Yeah, but I think you're assuming if you would. Are you saying if you'd stayed, it wouldn't have? Like you would.
I think they were so annoyed by my thoughts and feelings on the issue that, you know, that they didn't do it there, and that maybe they wanted to. You know? It sucks. Spencer K with $2. All right, guys, we get it. You're obsessed with some of the more tawdry stuff. I think I've said it all on that part of the issue. I appreciate that, Spencer. Thank you for the $2. 285 away from this morning's goal and overtime. Thank you very much for the super chats. We've also got the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat if you'd like to contribute to those. Again, thank you very much. Much appreciated. All of your contributions, all of your donations to this program. Broken Pencil with $9.99 says Mersh is holding her like Koopa holding Princess Peach in the castle dungeon, and you, Aaron, are Mario. Save her and capture the flag, hero. Red Bar is watching. Thank you, Broken Pencil. Spencer K with $2. We get it. You want to know about the tawdry stuff, Spencer. We're good, buddy. Thanks for the $2. Uke Vibes with $1.99 says, with Nick, Coke plus 2 ladies sounds great. Not really. Do you know what Coke does to the old,
the old pecker?
It knocks it dead, as it were. Elza Belza says, Hobo Chili Recipe says, this is a good question. Was your name on the card that's a real kick to the breadbasket? No. Absolutely not. Elza Belza says, oof, April attempted to say she wanted an attorney. Elza Belza, do you have a document showing that? Johnny, have you read that anywhere?
Nope, I've not read that anywhere. I also don't go digging too much into this just because, like, it's people I know, and I just, like, you know what, I can't change or affect it, so I'll wait until I'm needed and just let it play out.
Okay. I haven't seen that, Elza Belza. If you have anything for me, I'd be interested. Landers says Nick's a professional liar. He probably threw out empties. I can't see that Jew tossing out full bottles. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I'd be really impressed if he did.
I'll say if the dollar amount is what you say it is, I'd have trouble doing it just from that end alone.
Yeah, no,
this is worth so much.
That's really encouraging news.
It is.
If that's accurate.
It's a step in the right direction for him.
April has Nick for a lawyer. I saw it. Okay. All right. AJP Buckwheat says, Imholt, have you checked into the psych ward yet? If not, you might want to reserve a spot. Look, man, you're probably not far off. Poignant pachyderm. The sad part is that Nick was setting this whole thing up so he could have a man to come out of the closet for. No wins here. Smokeout
So
Prods.
close.
Smokeout Prods. I said Nick put cocaine on my kitchen counter when it was just us in the house one time. I didn't say that they were on his kitchen counter. Absolutely not. Yeah, Nova with a good point. Legally, Nick cannot be April's lawyer. Spencer with another $2. Thank you, buddy, but we're not going to read that stuff. You're being silly. Elza Belza says it's on Kiwi Farm's new supplementary report. 14 pages. Could you do me a favor, Elza Belza, and just put the link? Because, Kiwi Farms, obviously, the pages run really fast. They move really fast. Could you send me the link that they have on Kiwi Farms? Could you send me the link to that in the chat? I would appreciate that. I can't stop the whole show to go fishing for it. I would be in your debt. I would appreciate it very much if you would send me the link that shoots me right to that, because that's something that would be worth looking at. Oh, man. I do appreciate that, guys. If you ever have anything to share with the program like that, don't try to tell me about it and go,
look into this.
Here's what look into this. Look at it. I can't look at it. I need you to send me the stuff.
This thing is moving right now. We can't do it.
Jesse from Pod Alpha with $2 says, not a joke. Don't talk to cops. Also, I'll be at the roast. All right.
Well, cool. It's going to be a party.
Yeah. So, Elza Belza, we're all sitting here on pins and needles waiting for the link. Send it, please. We would appreciate it. Now, the supplementary report is not necessarily new.
I don't know. I've never really been arrested for shit. I've never been arrested.
Right. The Grand Poobah with $5 says, Aaron, every party needs a pooper. That's why they invited you. You're the party pooper. Oh, so I'm the party pooper. I see. All right. 270 away from today. Again, appreciate all of the generosity. Elza, fucking send the goddamn. She's in the Rumble chat and she's writing stuff, and I'm like, fuck the stuff you're writing. Just go grab the link, send it, and then we can make candy jokes afterwards. That'll be fine. We can all talk about my favorite candy. Richard G with $2 says you should celebrity box Rekieta to settle the score.
Is there a score to settle?
I mean, we could do a catch weight of 190, but my position would be, I'm pretty sure he's busy. And he can't.
Does he have any experience and or training? Because that'll matter.
He claims that he did some, was it judo or something? I can't remember what, when he was in college. So I would like to make it a little more fair. I'd make it an MMA fight instead of just boxing. I don't know. Elza Belza, get on that fucking link, woman. I mean, please. I appreciate it. You're being very, very kind. You're being very, very nice. They're calling him Judo Baldo Man now. Was it Taekwondo? Was it Judo? Either way, if it's a boxing match.
Baldo.
Taekwondo Baldo. If it's a boxing match, it's not competitive. I mean, I would win that with one hand. MMA, it might give him a little bit better chance. It would also give him it would still be a disaster for him. But if it would give him an opportunity to gain weight, give him an opportunity to put some weight on, something to get clean for, something to think about. Might not be a terrible idea. All right. Looks like I'm going to have to move on with the show, guys. Elza Belza is not sending us the fucking links I need, which is remarkably troubling. Because otherwise, I got to sit here and I got to fish through a fucking chat forum to try and find the fucking thing, which...
Yeah, Kiwi Farms is a lot to look through.
Yeah. It's a lot to look through. So, Elza Belza, thanks a lot. Thanks for throwing us... oh, here we go. Hold on, we got some attachments here. Don't worry, Elza Belza. Apparently, I'll just find it myself. Apparently, I'll just find all this shit myself. Oh, there's... Yep. Yep, those are just pictures. Yeah, Elza Belza, you're annoying the fuck out of me. Here we go. Supplemental report. Oh, boy. They've been talking to a lot of different people. Okay, this is interesting. They've apparently been talking to, I'm seeing some names in here of people that I know that haven't been a part of this before. Okay. So this is the supplemental report has a list of a bunch of evidence, the way they gathered that evidence and everything else. Again, if Elza Belza would give me the fucking link to all this, that would be really fucking awesome. Here we go. Thank you, VHS Archives. Appreciate you sending me this. VHS Archives. Very nice of you.
It's like sick.
It's like, okay, so we can go through the pages here. All right. I'm not going to put this up on the screen because, like yesterday, we took down the episode because there were fucking addresses
and stuff
and everything attached to it. All right, so this is the supplemental report. Now, this whole deal, I believe that this supplemental report was already something that they did. They just released it today. Digital evidence, digital photographs, audio recording of Nicholas Rekieta, body cam video, PowerPoint video, clip from Nicholas Rekieta's online podcast, which shows white powdery substance on his nose, and also screenshot from Nicholas Rekieta's podcast, which shows the white powdery substance on his nose. Documents, application for search warrant receipt, and inventory return. So here's the details. I, Detective Quinn Pomplin, have been made aware by Sergeant Dave Nestor of a family services report from a mandated reporter regarding Nicholas Rekieta, Kayla Rekieta. I reviewed Sergeant Nestor's initial report, and on May 22nd, 2024, I was reviewing further information in relation to this investigation. After reviewing that information, I applied for a search warrant, which is the Rekieta residence, for further information. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, God, this really fucking, whoever made this, it really fucking sucks. It was arranged that on 5/23/24, deputies would meet at a predetermined location and eventually travel to Spicer to execute the search warrant. We traveled to the area, observed a black-colored Lincoln vehicle with Nicholas in the driver's seat, traveling southbound as we were traveling northbound. Sergeant Nestor was advised to stop Nicholas and detain him as he was part of the search warrant. So this is another thing. They got a search warrant for not just the house. They got a search warrant for Nick.
So they were going to check Nick out?
Yeah, they got a search warrant for the house and the person. While Sergeant Nestor did, the rest of the above-mentioned officers continued traveling to the address to execute the search warrant. After they arrived at 9:13, Chief Deputy Kent Bauman stayed and went to the traffic stop with Sergeant Nestor. When we arrived on scene, we started knocking on the door on the south side of the residence and were able to gain a response from a young female juvenile from within the residence, who advised us that her dad advised her not to open the door for strangers. That's interesting because this is the police. So Nick has obviously trained his kids. He's told his kids, don't open the door for cops.
Well, I mean, maybe he didn't ever teach them the difference between a police officer and a complete stranger.
Maybe. We knocked for several moments, indicating we were law enforcement and trying to speak with the juvenile to come open the door for us. We noted there was a keypad on the door and attempted to make radio contact with either Chief Deputy Bauman or Sergeant Nestor when I overheard radio communications from Sergeant Nestor advising that Nicholas was not going to give us the door code to open the door. This was after several moments and an appropriate time for an adult to make it to the door. at which time Detective Nick Ardoff, utilizing a ram, opened the door, causing minimal damage to the door. So this kind of, like, this part really kind of bugged me. Like, don't put your kids through that.
They're getting in either way.
Right.
All you're doing is causing more damage to your door.
Yeah,
are you gonna use that as some grounds, like if you can disprove the warrant then their entrance was excessive or something? Again, you had a hand in it. You were right there.
Yeah.
They were going in.
That really sucks, man, because, and you know, also, you think about it, all this time that passed between pulling over Nick and, you know, the daughter not answering the door and all this, like, didn't it give somebody time to fucking ditch some of the drugs? Like, maybe when you're in that scenario, you're not thinking that way, but couldn't somebody have pulled a Karen in Goodfellas and fucking started flushing shit?
Well, were the ladies in the house, and when did they realize the cops were there?
Yes.
So that
They were in the house.
Yeah.
While making entry into the residence, I observed as Sergeant Swanson was standing in the kitchen and was making commands for someone to walk towards him. I was holding on the stairway to the downstairs and observed two females came from a hallway on the northern part of the residence towards Sergeant Swanson. They were detained and brought outside. There were two children located on the upstairs floor. We were advised that there was one child downstairs by Kayla. The other female who was detained was April. They were moved outside, and eventually, while making loud commands in the basement from the top of the stairs, I observed, and then it's jumbled, an adult make it to the door, at which time Detective Nick Ardoff, utilizing a ram, opened the door, causing minimal damage to the... Okay, so it went back to the...
Yeah,
That's
something
fucked
around.
up.
These are really weirdly spaced because they're all clipped off of Melton.
Okay. They were moved outside, and while making loud commands into the basement from the top of the stairs, I observed a juvenile male walk out. I advised him to walk up the stairs, which he complied, and went out and stood with his mother. I continued searching the residence, and we located an additional juvenile female in a basement bedroom, who was apparently sleeping. I advised her to walk out with me to her mom, which she agreed to do. She held my hand as we walked outside. Probably know who that was. That sucks. 4 children were placed outside with their mother, Kayla, as well as April. The children, God, I can't imagine how scared shitless they were. I mean, and look, you did this to yourselves. I mean, I understand that. You know, people get mad at me when I get tough love. People get mad at me when I get too soft. Like, they get mad at me no matter what. No matter what tact I take, people go, they fucking did this to themselves. This and that. It's like, okay, fine. I continued searching the residence, and we located an additional female, blah, blah, blah. The children located in the residence were, I'm going to leave their names out of it. I was advised by Sergeant Nestor and Chief Deputy Bauman that they were going to have Nick Rekieta travel back to their residence as we executed the search warrant.
So he wasn't at the residence at the time? I thought he was there.
Remember, they had pulled him over.
Yeah.
So he was on their street, but they pulled him over and they kept him.
I was under
there.
the impression that he was like at the door when they were asking for the door code, and that's my mistake.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking too. But no, he was pulled over and they were holding him there. We continued clearing the... Well, I'm sure they didn't want him like at the door yelling, flush everything, get rid of it, you know? I mean...
Well, that would be another reason too why they wouldn't have gotten rid of stuff. If the cops are showing up to the door and they have Nick like separate, then it's less of a thing. You don't, like, if they didn't set off the sirens and stuff, you wouldn't know who's at the door until you saw.
We continued clearing the residence and were able to have the residence secured. The residence was extremely cluttered. There were clothes everywhere, dirty dishes, dust, and an overall dirty home. I overheard Nicholas Rekieta arguing. God damn it, Nick, shut the fuck up. That's becoming like the overarching theme of this whole thing is, God damn it, Nick, shut the fuck up.
It is a reoccurring statement that a lot of people have said.
I overheard Nicholas Rekieta arguing with Chief Deputy Bauman in front of the house, demanding that he receive a copy of the search warrant, at which time I handed him a copy of the search warrant. I saw him look at it and eventually throw it on the ground. And if it's the search warrant that we saw, he probably looked at it and went, fuck, and then just chucked it. Let's go to the next page here. We continued clearing the residence and were able to have the residence secured. The residence was extremely cluttered. There were clothes everywhere, dirty dishes, dust, and an overall dirty home. Then there's Rekieta throwing the thing to the ground. The house was a very large house at almost 5,000 square feet. We started searching in the master bedroom, where almost immediately Detective Sergeant Brannis located a snort tube and a black vial on top of 2 credit cards. April, God damn it. Like, it's hard not to get that feeling of, I warned him. I told him, stop. Don't do this. No more drugs. I'm getting that feeling again. I told her so. The snort tube tested positive for cocaine. Inside the black tube was a noticeable amount of white powdery substance, which also field tested positive for cocaine. Around that time, I went outside and spoke with Nicholas Rekieta. I requested him to speak with me. I advised him of his Miranda warning. He agreed to speak with me and waived his right to counsel. He explained to me that he may not answer certain questions. This conversation was recorded on my body camera. During the conversation with Nicholas, he advised that he sleeps in the master bedroom with his wife, Kayla, and that April was just there visiting on this date. This is a general overview of our conversation. See body cam video for full details, which I'm sure eventually we'll see the body cam. And
I'm sure that's going to get out eventually.
Look,
with everybody looking at it.
Maybe April was just visiting. Maybe she was in that house next door. Again, I will say this. I hadn't been there for about 7 or 8 weeks. And in that 7 or 8 weeks, April did come and get stuff from the home to move it into that other house.
And if she's living in the other house and being a nanny for them, then she's going to be over there working.
At this time, it was determined that Nicholas Rekieta, Kayla, and April would all be placed under arrest and transported to the Candy Ojai County Jail by marked Candy Ojai County deputies, as well as State Trooper Josh Munson. While placing Nicholas in the State Trooper's squad, I observed several injuries to his arms and photographed them. They appeared to be sores common with controlled substance abusers. Now, I will say again, I never saw Nick shoot anything. I'm thinking these are scratches.
Scratch sores, yeah.
Yeah.
Because, they said sores. If it was like an injection thing, they'd more than likely call them injection sites or track marks or something in that line. Because, again, you can have sores from just about anything.
Alicia Sweep with Candy Ojai County Family Services was contacted and eventually came to the scene to assist with placing the children with their grandparents. During this time, Detective Oakleaf advised me that she spoke with Kayla Rekieta regarding giving a statement, at which time Kayla advised that she wanted to have an attorney. Okay. Detective Sergeant Brannis attempted to take a statement from April Imholt. After reading her Miranda warning, she indicated she wanted an attorney.
And then Nick said, I'm their attorney. I'll speak on their behalf.
Right. That's fucked up, isn't it? Like, you all got arrested for it, and he's like, I'm their lawyer. Like, oh, this is weird. Deputies continued to search the residence, and the above listed physical evidence was located and taken into custody. Arrangements were made that the grandparents were going to secure the residence. We were able to close the door, and we documented the damage to the door. All officers left the scene at about 11:05. I traveled back to the Candy Ojai County Law Enforcement Center, where the above-listed evidence was processed and placed into the Candy Ojai County evidence system. That's the stuff we were talking about, the tubes, the cocaine, all the stuff they found. I went to the Candy Ojai County Jail and requested Nicholas Rekieta to speak with me. He indicated that he was willing to do so. I brought him to an interview room with the Candy Ojai County Law Enforcement Center. He was again read his Miranda warning. He agreed to speak with us and waived his right to counsel. During our conversation, he refused to answer any questions regarding any cocaine use or any controlled substance use. He advised me that he resides within the residence and stays in the master bedroom with his wife, Kayla, when he sleeps. He indicated that April Imholt was just a friend that was visiting and does not live at the residence. But here's the problem. They're going to see all these videos, and they're going to see all this stuff, and they're going to see her clothes there and all this stuff, and they're going to be like, I don't know, man. He explained that he was extremely stressed out in regards to his 5 kids and their extra activities. Please see audio recording for further details. I was advised after this interview that Alicia Sweep had contact with Kayla requesting if their live-in nanny, and I won't say her name, would be able to assist with anything at the residence. Sweep was advised by Kayla that technically, Kayla said that technically Imholt was their live-in nanny.
I thought she live in it. Well, that would imply that she's living in the residence.
Right. So Nick's saying,
can you be a live-in nanny if you live like in the house next door? If they own both properties, technically.
But otherwise, Nick's saying, oh no, she's a friend who's just visiting, and then Kayla tells the police, oh no, she's our live-in nanny.
That's a little different.
Yeah, that means one thing: somebody's a lion.
They both better talk to their lawyer.
Yeah. That's it. That's the supplemental report. I believe that's all of it.
So then we've covered it, and it's done. We can move on.
Oh, wait a minute. No, these are all the things they found. Involvement. Oh, okay. So my name is on this. Oh, this is interesting. So my name is on this, and their old nanny's name is on this.
Yeah.
As our involvement is mentioned. So we were either...
So they're going to talk to both of you.
Because I was mentioned in the search warrant.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was mentioned in the search warrant. The nanny was mentioned. Reporting party, suspect, mentioned Aaron, mentioned April. And then all the kids mentioned. Oh, that's
mentioned
interesting.
Kiwi Farms.
Oh, this is interesting. So 4 of the kids are listed as victims. One of them's listed as mentioned. Okay. Oh, somebody. Wait a minute.
Door?
April. This isn't good. April, date of birth, blah, blah, blah. Address, and it lists both of the Rekieta homes as her address. And then secondary address is my house. So she gave them 2 addresses?
Because you're at both?
What the fuck, dude?
Again, the she's just visiting part looks less and less likely if her residence is your house and your next door house. Doesn't.
Oh my God, this is interesting. I'm thinking that the live-in nanny might have not live-in. She wasn't a live-in nanny. Yeah, they're saying had a live-in nanny for approximately 4 to 5 years. She didn't live there. I don't know what live-in would constitute, but that nanny did not live there. They advised that the pastor that made the complaint advised that the Rekietas had a live-in nanny for approximately 4 to 5 years. Again, won't say her name. It's on the document. Who recently left the Rekietas and began working for another family within the church. This was a first flag for the individuals who reported to Malene that something was wrong with the family. So the nanny
So everybody's gossiping.
Yeah, the nanny leaves the Rekieta house, goes to work for another family inside the church, and then either that family said something or the nanny said something. Okay. This was a first flag for the individuals who reported to Malene that something was wrong with the Rekieta family. Malene advised that the nanny does not know that this report has been made. Okay, so the nanny didn't say anything. A total of 4 anonymous people made contact with Malene and advised of the following information. Nicholas and Kayla have 2 homes within the property. A family had been staying in one home renting, and then they list those people. I won't name them. Were asked to leave recently, and nobody is occupying the residence now. Well, that's interesting because April came and got her stuff.
And she listed it as her address.
She said she was moving there. Nicholas and Kayla have formed a newer relationship with Aaron and April. I was advised that Aaron and Nick do some type of blogging and or YouTube radio shows. I mean, it's a little boomery, but that's fine. Mellon was advised that the Imholtz moved in with the Reketas as well. So people around the community,
Oh, you moved in.
yeah, that's going to fuck them in the ass. That's not good. So the community was saying that the Imholtz moved in with the Reketas. Now, that's not true. April and I were spending most of our nights at our home. I mean, we did go there. We did stay there sometimes, but we didn't move in. I will say this, all of my shit was at home. All of April's shit was at home. Like, we didn't move in.
That happened later.
No. The house is in disarray with clothes and other cluster items everywhere. The children are, we know the children, blah, 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 blah. Preschool director at the church is advised the nanny that the younger children have advised her that they are hungry and not being fed, and also made comments about the clothing. One anonymous party advised that they do not believe that the children, I won't name which ones, are being homeschooled. Do not believe that the children are being homeschooled while the older boys do attend at the school. All information is regarding the church. The Rekieta family has now gone to blank as the response is not attainable from Nick and Kayla. An anonymous person advised the nanny that they observed Nicholas being lethargic and appeared to be high or drugged driving a car around. Fuck. I will say this. People always come to me and say, what did you see? You know, you've been honest about this whole thing. I've never seen Nick drive high. I wasn't there all the time. You know, obviously I had a show to do and all this other stuff, but I never saw him drive high. Another anonymous person advised that Nick will walk out randomly during sermons. Anonymous individuals have advised the pastor's Malin, right? Yeah, Malin. That they have noticed behavior changes in both Nick and Kayla, with Kayla appearing almost appearing now to be anorexic, and Nicholas to have lost a substantial amount of weight recently. Anonymous individuals have advised that they have seen what was being described as injection or track marks on Nicholas' arms. Again.
Okay, so now we have that accusation, because I don't...
We have that accusation. I never saw the man shoot anything. Wow, this is fucking wild, dude. We keep trying to move on from this.
That's just, again, that's a step into deeper stuff. That's, because there's just a lot of risks with that.
And again, you know, I keep remembering I've been gone for 2 months almost, you know, since near the beginning of April, essentially. Stop it.
I said nothing.
So, you know, I'm kind of being naive here in the thinking that shit can't get worse. You know, that shit can't go further. You know, I won't. It is not good. By the way, great legal analysis, Aaron. That's why people have been coming to this channel lately, is for my amazing legal analysis.
That's what we do. We break down the law.
This is not good. Nicholas also appeared to have lost a substantial amount of weight recently. Anonymous individuals advised Malin that they believe the Imholtz are possibly assisting with some type of drug use. Oh, boy. With Nick and Kayla. Nicholas's blogging and views and or subscribers are down, possibly resulting in financial issues.
So you're the hookup in this scenario?
I'm assisting with some type of drug use. Boy, if they only know the fucking fights I was having with these, oh my God. If they only knew the fucking knockdown dragouts. Dude, the fucking drug use helped cost me my marriage. Fucking having fights and yelling and screaming matches about cocaine helped hasten the demise of my fucking marriage. So no, I definitely wouldn't say I was assisting. If anything, I was the wet blanket. And sometimes Kayla would be the wet blanket. An anonymous person, an anonymous person who also advised Malin that at one point Nick and Kayla left with the Imholtz to go to a casino Leaving the children alone? No. No, 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 no. Absolutely.
I remember you telling that story. They were with their grandparents.
Yes, 100%. When did we leave to go to a casino? December? That was like April and I go to Mystic Lake every year for Christmas. So we weren't like with the Rekietas, and then April and I just went, hey, all four of us, let's go to the casino. What happened was April and I go every December 24th for my birthday and Christmas. After we drop the kids off, after we have our Christmas, we would go and we would celebrate my birthday and her birthday, and we go out to dinner. The 24th, April and I went. On the 25th, Kayla and Nick came out to hang out and go to dinner. So, no. This was not...
This is weird because, like the internet, these people have a whole lot of facts that I'm like, well, how did you get all of this?
Yeah. Well, I understand because, it's community gossip. I get that. Mellon was unsure if this was suitable or not. But it didn't happen. As far as I know. Like, again, April and I left from our home. We went to the casino like we do every year, and as far as I know, the kids were taken care of. But I had my own fucking kids to take care of. Malin advised that nobody told him anything other than possible neglect and or drug use. There were 0 reports of any physical or sexual abuse, that the kids were not in any immediate danger at the time of this report. End of report. So this is 5/24/2024. That was what? Friday. Defendant, Nicholas Robert Rekieta. Defendant, Kayla. Defendant, April. And then investigating officer, assisting officer. Charges. Controlled substance crime in the second degree, neglect or endangerment of child, certain person not to possess firearms. Kayla, controlled substance in the second degree, neglect or child endangerment, certain person not to possess firearms. And then April, controlled substance crime in the second degree. Now, as we found out, and then neglect or child endangerment. Now, as we found out later, those charges were dropped.
Yeah.
April escaped with no charges. So, and there we go. That's the end of it. That is the last of the report. Well, shit. That was fucking eye-opening. Let's see what we've got here on the line.
Call from
the cops.
No, I'm not. No, we're not doing that. We're not good. Guys, fuck off for a minute on that shit, please. The cops. I got it. Oh. All right. Well, whew. Holy shit, huh?
So, like you said, it's all done now. We don't have to worry about it. Won't have to talk about it. It's over. There's nothing to worry about.
that was a lot.
Oh
man. So that's interesting. That Ape is state's witness. You're flapping in the wind. Well, I'm good. I'm fine. Yeah. Who is it? Brack says the low level trolling is so bad. Yeah, it's pretty cringe. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look-see. Oh, boy. I got a lot of stuff to get to here. Cadener with $10 says, apologies if you've covered this already, but did Nick ever say who first got him to try cocaine? No. Spencer with $5. Thanks for not reading
Johnny Depp.
Thanks for not reading my super chats. No problem, buddy, but we're not doing the fucking sex shit, all right? I get it. You want to sniff everybody's dick. Just fucking calm down. Stop with the fucking latent homosexuality for a minute. Give it a rest. Thanks for the $2, Spencer. Appreciate it. Kiff with $1.99 says, you begged for charges on you yesterday, right? Well, I'm not. Shit. If April ain't facing charges, I wasn't even there when the fucking thing went down. I hadn't been there for 2 months. So I know that a lot of you, look, I know that a lot of you are like, I hope fucking Aaron goes, I fucking hate Aaron. Aaron's a piece of shit. We're good over here. Look, I've been in close contact with lawyers. I've been in close contact with the people, the authorities who want to talk to me. We're good here, boys and girls. I know, look, I'm not going to stop you from hating my guts, wanting to see me burn for all that. I I understand. It's totally fine, but I don't want to be the one to burst your bubble. So if you don't want your bubble burst, you might not want to come to me for it. That's all. If you want to keep the thoughts up in your head, then I would probably work them out somewhere else.
As for requesting, that charges and stuff, I mean, you were kind of emotional at the time learning things that you hadn't quite, fully known or understood.
Absolutely. I think it's important.
Why would you do that, though? You were on a stream. You got emotional. You broke down for a minute. How could you do that, man? Be a professional. Fucking 5 seconds out of your life. Ooh, what are you gonna cry? What, do you want to cry about it?
You fucking bitch. Wow, that is a lot. So the people, it really does kind of, if we're going to continue with the journey in my head, what really kind of gets me a little bit is that the community was on to something,
I just find it funny that both the online community and just the local small community both have the same kind of thing where they will somehow ferret out all of these different facts, and then they'll put together the appropriate and inappropriate picture at the same time. And it's just kind of weird of the internet, Kiwi Farms gossipy circle kind of stuff and the trolley stuff is oddly somehow it makes me feel good to be yeah, but in a way it's like an internet continuation of just small town gossip. We can't get away from it.
Yeah, I mean, the small town gossip, they just, I guess I get it. You look at me and then you look at Nick and Kayla and you go, hey, what's going on there? People are gossiping. Churches, ironically, are full of gossip. If they only knew. I love that. They're like, I think the Imholtz may have been assisting them with their drug use. I'm like, really? Because they were basically feeding it to my wife. Well, Nick was basically feeding it to my wife. And I was sitting there going, guys, can you stop doing this shit? Honestly, everybody just fucking stop. It's out of hand. So I
was the e-brake.
Yeah, I was the e-brake. There wasn't nothing on the nightstand while I was there. They were like,
just a condom.
What am I, gay? What if we were, they were probably like, if we do it on the nightstand, Aaron will be an insufferable cunt about it. Las Tejas Synthesizer says, so the legal documents are full of falsities, you're saying, Aaron? No, just that some of the town gossip was off a little bit. The casino thing is not accurate. The thing about us assisting them with their drug use, that's weird. It makes it sound like we're tying off or something. I don't know. It's very strange to me. Elza Belza says, not having a Mustang and an expensive house cost you your marriage. Good point. Good point.
Certainly didn't help.
J. Broad Contrarian says, who here hasn't cried on Alex Stein's show? Oh, yeah, that's right. Just Aaron. Yeah, I teared up a little on Alex's show last night. Kink says, church quit getting their goal tithings from them and got pissed. I don't think that was it. I really don't.
I think there were people concerned about the kids, is what I think it really
I think there
was.
were people concerned about what everyone was looking like and all of that. Dateline wants to interview Aaron, but they are struggling to find the right lens, says J. Brock Contrarian. Thank you. Vadam says, how did you get into this big situation? It's hard to believe you and April would get involved in hard street drugs and swinging. I don't understand. I thought you both were smarter than that.
Again, like I said, it doesn't start at 100. You hang out with some friends, and it's just a little thing, and it just builds from there.
Yeah. You start talking with his wife a little. You're flirting. All of a sudden, you're hanging out together, and shit happens, man. Shit happens. Joshua says, how come no one gives details on the Mustang? Because it wasn't part of the thing. It wasn't part of the whole deal.
It's just a car. I love it. We have some people in here that are just like, all right, yeah, drugs, sex, blah, blah. But the Mustang. So was it like a 5.0? Like what fastback? What are we doing? Shelby Mustang?
It's almost like the Larry King thing though. What did you do with the groceries? you know? Hey, we found drugs and a dirty house and 3 adults, maybe living together. What do you know? Where was the Mustang?
Was there a box of political papers near the Mustang?
Okay, Jerky with $9.99 says, yesterday morning you said you would donate a portion of your stream to Nick's kids. I donated $10 for the cause. Last night you backtracked and said you were keeping it for your kids. No. Somebody wrote that to me. People were telling me, don't give my money to them. They have rich parents. They said, give it to like a food shelf or something like that. And I was advised that the money could go a lot further in a place like that. So that might be where we end up leaving that. Yeah. 2:45 away from today's goal and going to overtime. Thank you guys very much for your contribution. I appreciate that. If we get 2:45, we'll go till 10:30 today. We appreciate all of your contributions to this show. Hasbar with $4.99 says, knowing what you knew, why didn't you do more to help the kids there and your wife? Why do you pretend April was an infant in this and Nick forced her? I don't think I've said that. I've said I tried to help my wife numerous times. We fought about it. We yelled about it. We screamed about it. Like, again, no offense to you, Hashbar. I think some of you guys created something in your head and then pretend I said it. It is frustrating doing a show and having to repeat the same fucking thing 47 fucking times. That part does get frustrating for me. But yeah, I mean, I tried. I don't know if you've ever known people who are, using or dependent on substances, but they don't always listen. So I got myself out, essentially. Shit show head writer Stuttering John podcast with $1.99 says any cop worth his salt will peg you faster than Kayla. For what? For what?
Kind of think they would have done that by now.
I mean, I wasn't there. I hadn't been there for almost 2 months when this went down. I mean, the condition of the house sounds even worse than when I was there. I literally fed those kids. I watched their parents feed the kids. April fed the kids. I didn't see any kids wearing the same clothes for 4 days. I didn't see that. So as far as any cop, look, I know this guy probably wants that. A lot of you guys are kind of projecting what you want to happen onto me. I will say this. Lawyers, police, everyone just want to hear your story. The truth will set you free. Barrister with $5. Fucking tawdry sex questions, guys. I've covered the sex shit. I think we're good now. Separate. Gray Duckling with $5 says, how does Nick's pool compare to Johnny's? Nick doesn't have a pool.
Yeah, he has a hot tub. I have and I don't have a pool either. I have a fucking puddle with an inflatable ring around it. Fucking half-ass thing. I hate that pool. It's going to be the biggest pain in my ass this summer. But my daughter loves to swim, and so we got to give the water bug a puddle. So,
Bigot on Socialist Media says YouTube chat is past the point of no return, constantly dog shit. Well, we're reading the super chats and that stuff that comes in. What do you do? $20 for $19.99 from KM. Says, you're not that big of a show. Ever consider getting a job out of the spotlight so you stop embarrassing yourself and your children? They're going to be messed up watching you and hearing people in town talk about this. I can't stop that. Like, I didn't get arrested. I didn't get busted. I wasn't a part of this. The actual arrest part. I mean, I knew these people. I hung out with them. We had a special relationship. What do you want? I mean, again, it does seem to be a lot of people kind of moral gay F-wording and concern trolling a little bit. I do a show. And I think what a lot of you are upset about is that I do a show where I talk honestly about my life. And I've talked very honestly about this. You wanted me to be the guy pretending to be the hero, so you could criticize me for it. When I didn't do that, and I reiterated numerous times I've done bad things, I've done immoral things, you got mad and you changed it. And then you went, well, maybe you should just leave. Well, no, I do a show where I talk about my life. This is my life. I'm going to take my lumps. My audience appreciates that I'm honest with them. So, I mean, if that's, again, I've said this numerous times. If you're an unhappy camper, you don't have to be in the tent. I if you want to go somewhere and fucking hate my guts and think I'm the biggest piece of shit, that's totally fine. But again, I talk about my life on the program. AO1012-199 says, this porn level acting isn't fooling anyone. Yeah, see, another one that's just upset that I think they're not getting their way, that they're not, the narrative they've crafted in their head is not matching what they're watching on the screen. And they're having
never
a hard time.
going to.
No. Guys, I'm sorry. You want me to be a worse guy than I am.
You set yourself up for failure.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Joshua says, when you know how the movie ends, there isn't a need to sit through it. Aaron got out just in time. I mean, there you are. 225 away from today's goal and overtime. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. The PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo links are in the chat. Otherwise, Super Chats, memberships, and gifted memberships work as well. Here's an email I got from Glitch Poachers. Glitch Poachers writes, hey, I'm kind of in a different part of YouTube, but I do like watching shows like Red Bar, Kino Casino, and Pod Awful. So I've been clued into a lot of the drama that you've been involved in. It's quite the spectacle. I just watched your appearance on Kino Casino, and I've got to say it takes a lot of gall to go on a show like that and be as transparent as possible. Well, first of all, I knew I was offering myself up for Ashton to, pick it apart, and he did. That's what he does. He's a moral dude. I've always had an inkling that you're actually a solid showman that's been held back in one way or another, and I feel like that opinion has been vindicated with that appearance. Thank you, buddy. You still have the opportunity to not only be a good entertainer, but a good father as well. And I thank God and my ex-wife for that second chance. I really do. I did keep my kids away from drugs. They never saw it. If you asked them, they never saw it. Never did it when they were around ever once in my life. The one time other people brought it in, where my kids were, I found out, I threw their fucking ass out of there. I have nothing to worry about on that. I have kept my kids away from that shit. Now, again, another thing that people don't want to acknowledge if they don't like me. What are you going to do? Something that I like to say, says Glitch Poachers, is we're all more prone to influence than we'd like to think. And the more I learn about your situation, the more I believe you were simply subject to some of the worst kind of influence. Now, that's interesting because I keep saying I made my own decisions, I made my own choices, so on and so forth. But I also understand you do have to listen to other people's perspectives and see if they have a point. Well, was I under some kind of influence?
You made your own decisions, but you definitely the people that were there while you were making the decisions, they had a vested interest in a particular path you were choosing. So it's not like
true.
It's not like you were you weren't presented these two options like you take the red pill.
Yeah.
You take the white pill and you have a really good time. Just in general, you made a decision, but at the whole time you had people there kind of going, come on, this one looks fun, right?
He says, this isn't to say you aren't responsible for your own actions, but rather that you have the capacity to bounce back from things. That's a rarity in the world of addiction and degeneration. I will say, I'm not going to act like some guy who beat addiction. I just never got addicted.
You kind of avoided the pitfalls.
I avoided the addiction part. I genuinely wish you and your family the best of luck moving forward. Yeah, I mean, this arrest, look, their arrest caused a lot of fucking problems for me, no doubt. Like a lot of things if I didn't make an appointment to go talk to this guy, he was going to find a way to talk to me, judging by these search warrants and these affidavits and everything else. I was going to have to talk to this dude. But it's a wild fucking ride, man. By far, it's the craziest shit I've ever been involved in.
It's the craziest shit I've ever seen anyone involved in.
Yeah. It's fucking wild, dude. I don't know what other way to say it. Let's go to Catalina with $5. Says, Aaron, who was friends with who first? You and Nick or the wives? Actually, we met at the comedy show and we all went out.
Yeah.
So
we all hung out at Benton Station doing karaoke and drinking, and everybody it was a huge group of people. It wasn't like just a little group. It just all of us after the comedy show just had a good time hanging out as a group of people.
We all just hung out together. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 Says, to all the new mofos, Aaron is already a piece of shit. You don't need to try to make him a bigger one. He's already big enough. Blame the queso. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf. Alex Channel with 5,000 whatever the fuck those are. Says, can't believe Aaron is working for Joe Biden to bring down conservative icon Nick Rekieta. Well, look, guys, I may not agree with his policies, but when your president calls on you, you serve your country.
Or he sends the FBI.
Or he sends the FBI. There's a lot of interesting thoughts on Rumble, I'm sorry. Northside CA with a great question. He says, has Aaron tried not being gay? You have tried, right?
I don't know. That shirt says otherwise.
What's wrong with my...
I don't know. You say I tried, right? And you're just fiddling with your collar. You're being just kind of cheeky about it. It just seemed a little gay. That's all.
Northside CA, to address your comments, I meant my kids, not other people's kids. Yeah, Northside CA is confused by the warrant. That warrant's talking about Nick's kids. I'm not talking about my children were rarely ever there. They didn't like it there. Kink says groomed Jim Jones style. People are correcting Northside in the chat saying, they were talking about Nick's kids, not Aaron's. Elza Belza says April was definitely groomed and Aaron was Kayla's peacekeeper. I've thought about that. In the last couple months that, maybe, Kayla and I were there to distract each other. So that those two, but then again, who's to say that now as they think about it, those two don't think the same thing about, the other two. Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's a lot of shit you think about and you probably regret. I know I do. And you think twice and three times about all of this stuff. Let's go to DL with $20. Thank you, buddy. We're 200 away from overtime today, guys. There's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links in the chat. Great point. He says, hopefully this situation grants you a humbling perspective that improves your show and improves your relationship with your kids and future loved ones. Damn, dude, those Rekieta kids need support. Hope they make it through. Yeah, they need parents to take responsibility and get clean. Nick right now needs to fight for his children and not fight for himself. Whatever decision you make with your legal future, you need to make with the goal in mind of getting your kids back, not proving to everyone how fucking smart you are and beating the justice system and, fighting and this and that. Whatever gets you your kids back. If you got to take a plea deal and it keeps you out of jail, or you do if they will do a diversion program with you. Like counties and states especially, they don't want the crime rate and the incarceration rate going up. They would rather see you in a diversion program where you're in inpatient rehab. You go away for 30, 60, 90 days to a rehab. You get out, you get clean, you stay clean, and you don't commit any more crimes. They would rather...
No, he's been through this a lot. I've done it hundreds of times.
Wait, what?
No, I'm...
But yeah, no, they'd rather have that than you fucking rotting in jail for a mistake you made. So, and Kayla too. I hope that, all the next steps you guys make, because look, where I am mentally right now, where I am psychologically is I got my pound of flesh. You know what I mean? For whatever wrong I think has been done to me, I've given receipts and then some. I've been shitty enough. I've been vengeful enough. I've been spiteful enough over this whole thing. I can move on and cover it now and talk about it. I don't need to bring anybody down any further. Now it's time for everyone to build themselves back up, myself included. Luckily, I didn't go as far down the hole as everyone else did. Stop it.
I'm just helping somebody with a super chat thing. That's all. I'm not saying anything.
All right. Good. So now it's just time for everyone to do their best for those kids. That's about it. Ep didn't says they don't want white people in jail. That's where you're mistaken.
I mean, I don't know if they. Oh, that's how it works. Okay, I can do it that way.
Mr. Motherfucker says your ex is going to ream you worse than the Baldo did. My ex-wife knows everything. My ex-wife is aware of everything. She's happy that we got the kids away from that situation. Again, I know some of you really want to see me fucking eat a hard dick on this one and all this other stuff. I've made my amends with everybody in my family, with the mother of my children, everything. And I'm, don't let that, let me give you some advice. Don't let that affect you. Like, don't let that upset you, dude. Like, just, it's okay. Like,
he got it figured out.
It'll be all right. Jeremy Upsalo with $100 says, this is for interesting content. Now make it so I can listen at work and it will be a regular thing. I'll work on it, buddy. Thank you for the $100. We take 70 of that. 130 away from today's overtime goal. We appreciate it. Mr. Motherfucker says, yeah, so does her lawyer. Again, Mr. Motherfucker, I'm really sorry to disappoint you. I'm sorry to upset you, but I've worked all of this stuff out. I think maybe people like him maybe they're like, oh, I would just go on and just let all this stuff loose and blah, so I bet you he is too. That's a little insulting to think that I wouldn't talk to these people.
About what's going on?
Yeah, before I divulged any of this information. You're a silly goose.
I'd just go on the internet and let the slings and arrows fly and land where they may. What's the worst that could happen?
What a fucking dork. Tony with $2 says, we're just happy you're straight. Yeah, well, all those Christian conservatives.
I'm not sold.
Just want us all to be straight. That's it. B. Boswick says, I bet the cops are just pissed they didn't get to shoot any dogs.
Does he have any dogs or cats or any pets?
Got some cats and a dog. Yeah.
So did your dog ever pick a fight with the cats? Did anyone ever?
No, my dog was a gentleman.
The cats weren't scared of the dog?
The cats weren't scared of the dog?
No, were they intimidated or at all?
Nah, the dog didn't like being around the cats, but the cats were outside. So that was fine. You really are fucking Larry King right now, aren't you? Like all this stuff is coming out. You're like, what happened
to the groceries? Well, what are we gonna keep rehashing and going over the same stuff, or let's talk about something new? There's a dog. Okay.
Making gaming great again, says Alex Stein is the same as Ben Shapiro, a snake that works behind the scenes to screw people over. I'm sure Stein is 100% perfect. He was on this show before. It's like a circular firing squad. I like Alex. Alex has been very... Look, guys, if people are good to me, I don't fucking bury him on the air. Alex has been really cool to me during this. He's called me. He's texted me. He's gotten in touch with me and, seen if I'm okay and all that stuff. Alex, as far as, people you would know from, content world who have been really awesome, I could name a bunch of them for you. Obviously, I don't see them as internet world. They're my very, very good friends, but Gino and Keanu, top of the list. Chrissy Mayer has been really nice. Lila Hart texted me. Ashton Blaze, she's been really, really cool. Alex Stein has been awesome. E-Rock has been very cool. And that's, I'm sure there's more people than that. People aren't going to believe this, and maybe I'm kind of running down his good name.
What's that?
Jesse P.S. has actually been really cool to me of Pod Awful. He's a troll and a shitbag and all that, but, especially to other people. But he's been a lot nicer than you would expect a Jesse P.S. to be. Put it that way.
Well, that's nice of him.
Yeah. He's been a decent dude.
He's been a dude.
Oh, Ep didn't says, Aaron, I meant they want white people in jail to get the ratio down. I just like saying white people. I appreciate that. Make Gaming Great Again said, when the time is right, Stein will turn on you. I guarantee it. Alex and I have turned on each other numerous times. We've shit on each other. We've talked shit about each other 100%. It fucking happens. Lila is really funny, says Elizabeth. I love Lila. I think she's just great. I've hung out with her before. She's a really good time. I like Lila Hart. All right, let's okay. Johnny,
let's do stuff, like real stuff.
I'm sorry to the thousands of people that are here for the Rekieta stuff.
But it's finally over.
Now we're going to do steel toe stuff.
Holy shit.
We're going to talk about some news. We're going to talk about some entertainment. We're going to watch some videos of fucked up people like Chelsea Handler losing her fucking mind about Harrison Butker. Mike Tyson had a fucking medical scare on a goddamn airplane like a month before he's supposed to have a big fight with some 28-year-old boxer.
Yeah, that's going to be dangerous for him now.
It's not good. But first, I do have a clip of me talking to the police. Have you seen this yet? Like, people found this. I didn't want to tell anybody that I'd spoken to the police before.
Okay, I didn't know you had either, so this is news to me.
But this is I didn't want this to come out. This is again me talking to the police.
Mighty God himself.
There we go.
Just give me
shush. You know what? I started the audio too soon. All right, here we go. This is me talking to the police about the Rekieta situation.
Would you be willing to swear before a judge and jury, having placed your hand on the good book and taken an oath before Almighty God himself?
Just give me that chance.
That's what I thought.
Now, I want to warn you guys, I lived this, and I didn't know this footage was going to come out. This gets very dark. I didn't know that this was going to happen. I didn't know that, I thought this was going to be an honest talk with the detective.
Right. Yeah.
And that they just wanted some information. I did not know that what was going to happen would end up happening. Fuck, dude. On the day
How did you survive that?
Dude, that was hard. I made it. It was it was Memorial Day weekend. So it was a longer weekend than normal.
So I just I had some burgers, I hung out by the pool, and we're good.
Yeah. No, I made it. I made it. It was tough. I mean, I'll tell you this, getting shot that many times with a high-powered sniper rifle hurts a lot. It's not good.
I just was so surprised that you could be that obtuse.
Obtuse. Is it deliberate?
Is it deliberate?
Hobo Chili Recipe says, I thought it would be more like True Romance and a box of Chesterfields. Yeah, I did kind of, the detective said he was Italian, so and he said he was Sicilian, so I talked a little shit about Sicilians, and then they weren't happy with me. Hobo Chili says, the likeliness that you get that good of grouping with the light to your back firing downward. Elza Belza says, yes, the old show is back. We're going to talk about pit bulls eating babies while being carjacked by the 13%. Wait, is that what I said? Oh, man. Well,
it's going to be a busy day.
Look, we're gonna get back, like I said, to old school steel toe. We're going to do a morning show. I hope those of you who have come here, some of you stick around. I hope you find us entertaining. I hope you find it funny. I hope you enjoy yourself. I do. But until there's more information, that's probably going to do it for right now. I mean, daily you'll kind of get an update. I'll talk about how I'm doing. I'll talk about all of that stuff. Obviously, tomorrow I'll have to talk about the appointment that I have this afternoon. But I mean, I'm not just going to force this shit just for, clout and all that. I feel like we've exercised all the stuff that's out there. And when more stuff is out there, we'll do it. Now, see, Brack says, Aaron, capitalize on the heat you have, bro. No, because
the people that are going to come here for that aren't going to stick around for all the, not all of them are going to stick around for the other stuff. So,
right.
I mean, what are you getting out of that?
Exactly. Guys, this was always going to be temporary. Hopefully we picked up some new fans. I know that we picked up new people who have written in and have said, I'm impressed by your honesty and this, that, and the other thing. So there is that, and I appreciate that. We will grab some new fans. Our numbers from where they were will go up. But we're not going to be in the thousands forever. That's just the way the game goes. Carlos Cameo with 199 says, and just like Larry King, you have 7 ex-wives.
No, he has 2. He's working on the 3rd.
Right. Oh, man. Oh, you know what? I should also count Melton's viewers as my own because all they do is watch me. So those count as mine, too.
Yeah.
Brack says, Aaron, you're unstoppable now. What can any of your enemies say about you after you went through all this? Use the momentum to take your enemies out. We're going to watch, a lot of this stuff. Like, we're going to check people out.
Take your enemies out.
Speaking of
Melton,
Melton,
field of battle.
Yeah, speaking of Melton, I will say this. It is really interesting that he lied about being married. Like, he was talking about, like, his anniversary date and all this other shit on his show, and then the internet just dug into it and went, you fat fuck, she's basically your roommate. You guys aren't married. Are you really that desperate for people to think that you giant hobgoblin-looking motherfucker actually gets pussy? Nobody buys that. Although
that'd be like if I'm saying I'm getting laid all the time.
That would be like me saying I'm fucking 2 women at once. Nobody's gonna believe that. But yeah, him lying, Chad Zumach fucking pegging him on his own show about lying about being married and not even owning his house is fucking brutal.
Is there like an My Lost Interest clip of that? Because I don't watch Patrick's show, so I'd love to see that clip.
God damn it. I said we were done, and now somebody says Nick's arrest police audio tape is out.
I just want to get away.
God,
we were so close.
Damn it. If I go to Kiwi Farms, is this going to be up there? Nick's arrest audio tape is out. I don't see it on Kiwi Farms quite yet. If anyone has a link to it, we will listen. That would be really interesting to see. Or listen to, I guess. That audio. What is this? I haven't found. Okay. Oh, this is just Nick writing in group chats about stuff. Yeah, don't do that. There are DMs of Nick coping, sneezing, and raging at someone. So far, he claims not to have driven drunk or high after a bender. Look, man, I'm not here to get Nick's back or bury Nick. Either one. I'm here to just tell what I saw. I never saw the man drive high or drunk. Never once. As a matter of fact, I will say this. Every time Nick was at my house and he had to drive, he was very conscious of how much he had to drink. He said, I can only have this one. I got to drive. So he was cognizant of not being inebriated when he drove. Found a good quote skimming through old clips. Yeah. They're finding clips of Nick talking shit about his church and all that. Yeah, like this clip here.
Again, I don't talk about faith stuff too much, and I talk about a lot how I kind of don't always belong in the church. People don't agree with me on certain principles, or maybe how I
imagine what.
Bro, this does not age well.
People don't agree with me on certain principles. Apparently, I have some lifestyle choices that don't really fit with the church.
I will say who was right in the eyes of the Lord. Oops.
Do things. I don't know. Like, I don't do them at church, and I don't impose on anybody. But they're like, oh, well, you're this or that. And it's like, well, I just don't fucking care what you are. Maybe you should try that. The Iceman, 101418, says, Nick is a minister. I would recommend that teacher to meet with the church leadership. You don't do that to a kid unless you want them to hate church. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Here's the thing. So, just to the Iceman as a minister, one of the things that I am always hesitant to do is like do the whole like narc Karen thing. I don't do that. Like I don't go, oh, this person did this or this or this. It's not my style. I'm trying to figure out how to approach this one because I'm unhappy.
Oh, that's how it ends. I'm unhappy. Oops.
I'm unhappy.
God, he really does look like shit, though. Like, I was back in, what, mid-April? Early April?
I mean, I didn't hang out with him as much as you, so, I mean, it's a weird transition. I saw him in public a couple of times, and then it was just the clips on the internet, so... Yeah, it's strange to see how much a person, like, kind of evaporates while they're doing all that stuff.
Okay, so the audio thing isn't really out there. Somebody was fucking with me a little bit. Who's this motherfucker? I ain't watching him. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know where this tape is that you're talking about. Sorry.
So we can go.
I think we can move on. I was going to ask the chat this. Would you, our audience now, since we're going back to steel toe stuff and, we're going to lose a lot of our day trip visitors. Would you rather do Aaron versus Zumock on Misery Loves Company? Because we never went over this. It's been almost a week. Chad and I had our big tete-a-tete. We had our big fucking showdown on Misery Loves Company. It would have been the biggest news in almost steel toe history, Johnny, I would say.
It's one of the most anticipated face-offs for you and someone else, because we've been fucking around with Chad since we discovered him on r/cringe back in the Twitch days.
Yeah.
So it's been a while. So, I mean, the only person that I would think would be interesting to have face-to-face with other than Chad, and I don't even think it would be as interesting as it would be with Chad, would be Opie, just because of the back and forth you've had with Anthony Cumia and everything else. That could be interesting. But Chad, I would say, would be the one, even I don't watch people's shows on my show. I don't stream snipe, but I made a rare exception. We checked in a couple of times. Let's see how it's going with old Aaron and Chad, and just kind of check in and move in and out.
So somebody made a really good, I think it was W-Man, Aaron Imholt, Chad Zumock. W-Man made a really good, admits he started a feud for views.
A supercut?
Yeah, it was a supercut. Oh, man, I wish I could find this. This is too bad. Fuck. Somebody made a 20-minute supercut with just Chad and I arguing. And I wish I could find it. I think it was a guy called W-Man who made it. And I really wish I could find this. Let's see if W-Man is a thing. No, it just goes to George W. Bush stuff. Fuck. Boys and girls, this is the importance of show prep right here.
Mm-hmm. It's a month ago. Yeah, these are months ago.
Addresses substance rumors. So there is stuff out there with Chad and I. But there's nothing. Oh fuck! I wish I would have grabbed that clip while I saw it. If anyone finds it, it's like a 20 or 30-minute clip. Yeah, J. Broad Contrarian says I've seen the clip. It's like 20 or 30 minutes long, and it's just the fighting that Chad and I do.
I have Dabbleversity 31 minutes.
That's the
Chad
one.
Zumock all right.
That's the one. Dabbleversity.
Yep. I can copy the link and just send it to you.
Okay.
Because I've got all that stuff up. What the heck?
Dabbleversity. videos.
Sent you the link over Facebook.
Here it is. I got it.
All right.
We're good to go. So this was Chad and I on Misery Loves Company. And look, Chad and I have been fighting for, to tell some of the new people, Chad and I have been fighting for a year and a half. Has it been 2 years? Or is it a year?
I think it's been more than, it's been 2 years.
Because I think it was
things heated up, and then he did the whole like I got attacked thing, and then we did an anniversary show. So like, yeah, no, I think it's definitely been 2 years or more because we started it all with, like I said, he was on Twitch.
Yeah. No. Chad was not on Twitch.
No, like we started with Chad on Twitch.
No, we didn't.
We didn't?
No.
I'm almost all right.
Chad came after. So we got banned from Twitch in April or May of 2022. We got banned from Twitch. So we started fucking with Chad in October of 2022. So it's been a year and a half since we started fucking with Chad. And it's all culminated. It's finally, crescendoed with he and I on MLC hashing it out. This was like the big thing. And what was crazy about this is that this was the biggest thing people in this corner of the internet were talking about. Everybody wanted to see it. Thousands of people watching MLC at a time. Some of their biggest numbers ever. Some of their biggest super chat numbers of all time. Fucking crazy. Everyone wanted to see it. And then, as if there was a double main event attached to the thing that didn't need to be attached, the fucking April and Nick and Kayla arrest thing comes out. So you have Chad and I. Now, Chad and I could have gone on for 3 or 4 hours with each other and just fucking smashed each other's heads in and fought and done all that. And it would have been a great show. It would have been amazing. Everybody would have been talking about it. Then you add on the arrest part, and it just creates this mushroom cloud of shit that now multiple sectors of the internet are talking about. And, it's been a great week. It started on Thursday. Now it's Wednesday. We're going to see our numbers come back down again until the Rekieta thing flares up again. And we've been riding a crazy wave. And we appreciate everybody who's come by and supported the show. Thanks for all the contributions and everything else. And people are like, oh, aren't you going to start throwing money at this, starting throwing money at that? I'm like, no. I'm going to get Steel Toe a nice little cushion so we don't have to be as dependent on goals and shit for a little while. And I'm going to take I've learned my lesson from when we were making it hand over fist on Twitch. Hold on to some of it.
Because you might need it later.
For a rainy day. This money ain't going to be coming in forever. This is very much a news-based thing. And the Rekieta thing is already starting to lose some steam until something else comes up about it. So Chad and I go on MLC and we decide to have it out. And to be honest, I don't think we disappointed.
I know a lot of people wanted to see the sparks fly right away, which didn't happen. And a lot of people seem to be like, oh, come on, let's have it. But then I know eventually things did heat up because like I said, I checked in and out a couple times while it happened, and I jumped in and I'm like, all right, this isn't really, they're just kind of doing a show. Yeah. We'll check back later. And then someone's like, oh, it's heating up. And then we kind of jumped back in. So yeah, it had this weird, started calm, got really, really hot and heavy, and then calmed down. You guys just did a show. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because Chad's whole approach here, there's two very different approaches to this. There was my approach, which was just be honest about your motivations, smile and laugh a lot, don't get too worked up, don't start yelling and shouting and screaming at the guy. Let him get mad, stay reasonable. And then there's this other thing where people like Chad and, people on the internet in general, they do this thing where they're like, I'm going to get him to admit something. I'm going to fucking grind him down and I'm going to make sure that he eats shit. And one thing I've always done to offset trolls that way is I've just gone, yeah, that's what I did. Why? What? And
yeah, we did this. This happened.
Yeah, that seems to frustrate people to no end when you just admit something that they think you're going to embarrass them. They're going to embarrass you on. So one of the things that Chad tried to do is he said, well, you just did all this for views. You fucked with me because you wanted views. And I'm like, yes, That's the name of the fucking game. Like, you think I'm talking about... Do you really think that I'm talking about the Nick Rekieta stuff on the air because I think it's really good for my mental health? No. Friends of mine, my therapist, they've all said, I'm worried about you.
Probably not good for your mental health to do it for 4 hours.
No, it's not good. But you know what it's good for? I'm working when I'm down here. It's good for work. You know, it's good for the audience. The audience wants to know stuff about this very public story, and I happen to know a lot. Give the people what they want. Give them a show. So I give them a show.
I've been hip deep in it since the whole thing began.
27 years, neck deep in shit. What is it? Oh, yeah. No, I did a different Pacino movie. You were doing Devil's Advocate.
Yeah, and then you went for Recruit.
I went for Recruit. Both solid flicks.
Oh, yeah.
I've been what deep in it?
I've been neck deep in it since the whole thing began.
I'm a humanist. Maybe the last humanist. So Chad and I start to have a little argument. Chad gets very upset, and I, on purpose, wanted to do two things. Keep my cool and just admit what I did. I started fucking with Chad, not because, I thought Chad was the worst guy in the world, but I thought Chad was good content, and people watched it, and it did well, and the channel grew. Here
Chad.
we go.
Listen, I know people want to see this. They want to watch the situation happen. But, Aaron, like, I'm not going to let you get off on this, like, Ray DeVito's bullshit interview you did with him. And, by the way, that interview was dog shit.
Oh, it's terrible.
I know but you were like, no, it's great. Ray did a great job. No, he didn't.
Well, why do you think I think Ray did a great job? It's because I looked fucking good in it.
Like, Chad comes to me. He's like, Aaron, I want you to admit that the Ray DeVito interview was dog shit. Okay, it's dog shit. Yeah, but you said it was really good. That's because it was Shuley and producer Joe's plan to get me. They were going to finally end Steel Toe. Our machinations will come to a head when we finally bury Aaron. And then Ray just gave me a nice soft touch interview. Joe panicked and started to be like, no, I'm gonna try and read negative things about him, and I'm gonna try and end this guy. And Joe couldn't put a fucking finger on me because Joe can't even beat up a senior citizen in his own neighborhood. So Joe wasn't going to do shit. And I walked away from that unscathed. I went, hey, Ray, that was a lot of fun. Can't wait to do it again sometime. And Ray's like, all right, see you later. All right, bye, Ray. That was it.
Yeah, he wants to hate Ray DeVito, and so he wants to hate the interview in general. But it's just like, no. I viewed it as a win for me. I don't care if Ray takes it. Yeah. Who fucking gives a shit?
I don't give a shit if people thought it was good or not. Fuck people. I looked great. I was happy with it. And also, here's my thing about people like Chad and Melton and Shuley and all this other stuff. If you think he did such a bad fucking job, you come talk to me. You come on the show. You fucking do it. You won't. Like Melton's had opportunities. Jesse P.S. from Pod Awful. We had him on the show.
Mm-hmm.
He sent Melton the link. He said, come on, you can get this guy. Like, Jesse was totally setting it up to make me look like a dick, not knowing that I would totally fucking rip Melton a new asshole on the air. Like, you watched him with Chad. He's fucking terrible at it. Patrick Melton can't do anything unless he's down in his basement in control of absolutely everything. He can't be out of control for a moment because people will fucking expose him because he's soft. He's wet toilet paper. He's terrible. Chad fucking destroyed him. So if Chad's going to criticize the Ray DeVito interview, then do an interview with me. Otherwise, shut the fuck up and let Ray do his thing and let him do the best he can.
But everybody
From my perspective, Ray did a great job because I didn't come off looking like a total asshole.
Yeah,
like
but he
wanted me to.
Yeah, but he bitched out and to this day he has no idea why that interview was what it was. But you're not going to charm me in your situation.
Why are you mad at me that he looked like a bitch?
No, I'm just saying, you've been a complete asshole to me.
The best thing
the
ever.
whole time.
That is a good point, though, isn't it? Like,
why are you mad at me that he looked like a bitch? Because, one, you don't like this guy.
Yeah.
So I think the words you're looking for, thank you.
Right. I made him look like a fucking asshole. You're welcome. That is kind of a weird thing to object to. Like, Aaron, I fucking hate Ray DeVito. That interview was awful. He looked like a fucking retard. And I'm like, you're welcome. It seems like I don't understand why you'd have a problem with it. Well, the reason he has a problem with it is because he hates me too. And he wanted both of us to look bad. Which I understand.
For months, like I didn't even want to learn your name You did 37 videos about me, and I was like, I don't want to know who this fucking guy is. I don't know who you
I
are.
think I did 3 or 4 before you responded.
No, dude, go look at the receipts.
Sure?
They're there. Aaron, they're there.
I'll take your word for it. We had a lot of fun at your
You were
expense.
relentless. I didn't want that. I was going through a dark time during my.
Here's what I don't get about Chad. Like, he was like, I don't want that. I'm like, well, of course, nobody wants a shitload of videos made about them, talking about what a fucking talentless hack piece of shit they are. People do it to me all the time. I don't like that they do that. I'd rather they didn't. But
I still 37 seems like a lot.
If you know what, if it was listen, if it was 37, then it was 37. But I talked to my friend Randall, and he put it in perspective for me. He said at least he wasn't 36. Sorry, guys, deeper cut. Sorry, but yeah, I don't like. People make shitty videos about me. You should hear hey, Chad, you want to switch places with me on the internet right now? Do you? How many times have you been called a cuck lately? How many times have you been thrown that one? You lost your wife to cocaine and the Rekietas. Yup, sure did. Can't wait to hear that for the 90th fucking time. So, Chad, take a page out of my book. Sometimes you just got to let shit go and realize it's the internet. They get an opinion. They get the shit on you. And you get to do your show and shit back on them if you want, or just ignore them and move on. But he's like, you did 37 videos about me and I didn't do anything about you. And I'm like, yeah, that part was awesome. We just got to kind of shit on you and gain a bunch of viewers and subscribers with impunity. And people can say, oh, well, isn't that kind of scummy of you? Not really. That's the name of the fucking game. We're supposed to be grabbing new viewers. We're supposed to be grabbing new subscribers. We're supposed to be making content that makes us stand out for certain people who might like our show.
Nazis.
Dynamite drop-in, Monty. That broadcasting school's really paying off for you. But that's kind of what April didn't understand when she was here. Is like, look, the prime directive is to grow the show. It's not for us to feel good about ourselves. It's not for us to feel like people like us or anything like that. The point of all this is to grow your program and to entertain the people who are watching. And the Chad Zumach stuff seemed to entertain a lot of people. That's all.
You piled on because you wanted to get in bed with Kumia and Carl the whole fucking time. By the way, Aaron, how did that work out with Carl, who's using you? You're the new Stuttering John, bro. You're the new Stuttering John.
Oh, I wish I had the audience. No, I
always like that, those Dabbleverse gays. They're like, everyone's the new Stuttering Ant. Chad's been the new Stuttering John. Carl's been the new Stuttering John. Kevin's been the new. Guys, stop saying Stuttering John so much. It's fucking embarrassing that you guys.
Most people don't know who the fuck Stuttering John is.
Right. You guys live in this little isolated world, and then you tell people, oh, this guy's the new Stuttering John. And people are like, what? Huh? What? Who's what? The guy from the 90s?
So Chad's under the impression right now that like, you going after him and making fun of him was a tactical move to get you in the good graces of
Kumia and Carl.
Kumia and Carl?
Yeah, which I will say this.
That did happen.
It did happen, but it wasn't why I did it. I just thought Chad was on our cringe one day. We made fun of him, and then he kept making content. We're like, oh, we're just going to keep busting on this guy.
We're just going to keep
hilarious.
following this.
Yeah.
Look, Chad, well, I think I said to you, Kevin, I said, have Chad on. He deserves to gloat a little bit. Yeah, I'm eating a shit sandwich on some of that stuff, Chad.
But you were a complete asshole. I never knew who you were. I had no clue. I didn't want to know.
What do you want me to say? That I wasn't a dick and I didn't shit on you a lot? Of course, yes, I did.
I knew you were.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Like, he's yelling at me like I'm his therapist. You don't understand. You were mean to me. You did a lot of videos. You shit on me. Like, yes, I did.
You don't get it, Dad. I trusted you, and you let me down.
You fingered my ass, bro. I put my trust in you. I didn't do anything to you, and you just stuck a thumb in my anus, and it really fucked me up for a long time. Yes, I made fun of your videos, and I shit on you. Could you imagine me going to, like, a Patrick Melton and be like, all you ever did was watch my show and say that I was bad? No, I'm not going to do that. Patrick Melton needs that for himself. If he doesn't, he'll probably just eat himself into an early grave, which I'm not saying he's not doing that now.
But and I personally couldn't watch him try to lie his way out of that. Like, no, that's not what I do. Like, really? You realize your content is up there for us to watch?
Yeah, it's all me, buddy. As it should be. I'm the most interesting thing you've got. I'm the most entertaining thing that Patrick Melton's got. It's not him. I'm the best thing that you've got. I'm the best part of Patrick Melton's show. Patrick Melton is a second mic on his own program. And the most beautiful part about that is he doesn't know it. Patrick Melton doesn't know that I'm the first mic. I'm the host of Nobody Likes Onions.
Should be called Nobody Likes Steel Toe.
He's the co-host. That's a beautiful irony that he built for himself. He can't stop talking about me. The well will run completely dry. Like us not talking about Nick Rekieta anymore.
For an amateur.
Well, that well
and by the
won't
way,
run
with
dry.
all due respect
It'll just dribble
to
down
April,
to a rail.
she sucked on your show. She's terrible. I know you're like, oh,
that's not even true. And first of all, who gives a shit?
Bad. She was bad, dude.
So you're complimenting
she sucked.
So you're complimenting our managerial decisions then.
Dude, come on. You have to admit, I'm a good snarky dick.
It's incredibly disarming.
Yeah. And that's what I think Jesse PS means when he says you handle trolls better than anyone I've ever seen. I just disarm them. Because what you're supposed to do with trolls is match their energy. You're supposed to like get mad. You're supposed to get angry and yell at them and this and that. I'm always either dismissive or disarming of them. Like Chad's like, April sucked on your show, bro. She fucking sucked. She was terrible. Not a good debate strategy to bring up the woman that he's divorcing because he may not be a big fan of hers at the time as well.
She's not even on the show anymore, buddy.
Right.
So
she fucking sucked on your show. And I'm like, well, so you're saying that I make good managerial decisions.
No. But you were like, oh, she's so good for radio and all this. By the way, first of all, it's not radio. It's YouTube. Any fucking loser can do this.
What do you want me to say?
Fucking Ray DeVito right now is doing this. Any loser can do YouTube.
You want me to look at my wife and go, you know what? Chad's right. You fucking suck.
Why did you bring her on? Why? Leave her at
Why
the
do you
fucking
think
factory.
she brought her on? Because she's a lady. People like looking at women. They like to jerk off.
Fucking Jesus.
Fucking Kevin. Dude, people who think that Kevin's just an angry, yelly guy, he's funny. Kevin's legitimately funny.
they like to jerk off.
They like to jerk off. That's why April was there, according to Kevin Brennan. Write it down. Kevin Brennan says April was there because people like to jerk off.
Wanted to work on the show. She's my wife. She hated the job she had. We were able to bring her on, so I did. Thought I was doing her. I thought
so
I was
you think husband-wife radio is great radio?
No,
that's the worst.
You just said it's not radio. You said it's YouTube.
Or whatever it is.
I love that he pops in to just like the neighbor, like, you're a piece of shit.
Well, no, Dabbleversity did that. Kevin was on the screen the whole time. But you know, I will say this about Kevin. It is a little unfair to Chad. Kevin was kind of 2-on-1ing him. There was a little bit of 2-on-1 going on with Kevin here. Chad, no, obviously, I mean, I know you don't watch my show. That's fine. I wouldn't expect you to. But
no, obviously I do. Clips.
I've been saying
my lost interest. Everyone else out there, thank you.
My lost interest is fantastic. But as far as like after, like once she decided she was done, I did admit like the impact. I'm never going to work with a partner or a spouse again. It was a big mistake on my part. Massive mistake. I heard her cries of woe about her job, and I wanted to help.
I said that from day one. It was a terrible mistake.
Chad,
like,
how many times have I said on my show? Well, Chad sure did get a W on this one.
Aaron, do you remember where you're like, Carl has Stuttering John. Chad's all mine. He's all mine. Carl, how did that work out, dude? Are you in with Kumia now? What do you have? 4 episodes on Compound Media now, bitch? 4? E-Rock got you what? 3 subscribers? Well, how much do you get paid from Compound Media? How much do you get paid from Compound Media?
I will say,
that's not a good look.
This is not a good look right here. When you're screaming like this and the person you're screaming at is smiling, I do feel like composure points go to the smiley guy. If I may.
How much did you get?
What? Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
I just fucking screamed for a minute.
No, Chad, I don't know.
Kevin, quit protecting him like you do Stevie Lou.
Chad,
Stop
I don't
it.
know why, but I don't know why you're shouting. I'm not arguing any of the points you're making. Like, yes, it was a disaster to have my wife
I've
on
been
my
agreeing
show.
with you the whole
Oopsie
time.
Daisy, we move on, we live, we learn. I shit on you a lot. Accurate. Yes, I shit on you a lot.
Well, wait. So you think the show is better with Johnny Rockets than with your wife?
Oh, Johnny, I'm really sorry about this.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't give a fuck.
Kevin's gonna fuck you in the ass a little bit right here.
So everybody does. You read the chat today?
And it puts me in a fucking shitty spot because now I don't want to shit on either of you. So I have to I have to play the I love all my children game. You know, it's like, hey, who's your favorite kid? You really think this person's better than this person? It's like, I don't know.
I mean, Johnny Crutches.
Johnny
Now,
Rockets.
now you know the spot you've just put me in. Somebody's feelings have to get hurt.
Yeah, a Gimps. But my point is, Chad, you're saying Johnny Rockets is better on Aaron's show than his beautiful ex-wife?
No, he's a fucking muppet. He's a loser. Aaron, you found losers to be your co-host. Bottom line, your show stinks.
You don't pay a lot. He's not going to get Opie and Anthony.
You get Muppets to be your co-host. Your show stinks.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Chad, don't give away all my secrets. Some of these people are dumb enough to watch and give me money. Chad, you're fucking me over here, buddy.
Do you like to
but he thinks he is. He thinks he's Opie and Anthony. You're not. You're on YouTube, bro. Your radio career is done.
We're all on YouTube.
I know. I know.
That's the thing is that's such a funny insult. You're like, you're on YouTube. It's like, yeah, with you. Everybody's on YouTube.
I thought I was a radio guy. Aaron thinks he's a radio guy. He's
you
not.
always say you're a radio guy.
No, I said I got a job on radio.
In
and I got
fairness, you
fired.
do talk about, Chad, you talk about your radio shit a lot.
No, I just talked about when I had a radio gig, an actual radio gig. And by the way, Aaron, I didn't have to sell ads to be on the radio. I had actual.
I didn't have to make money. I just
selling ads
showed up.
thing, I would recommend for
200.
any radio person. It puts a fuck ton of money in your pocket. You're doing.
Yeah, that's always a weird thing that people throw at me. They're like, oh, while he was doing his morning show, he owned all the ad space and got to sell it. Yeah, what a fucking asshole. He got to make way more money. He got to increase his fucking income like tenfold by selling live reads so he could do live reads for advertisers that he actually believed in and not bullshit advertisers that salespeople would shove down his throat while he doesn't even get a commission. What a dick.
You're an asshole for making more money off your show?
I'm an asshole for making more money, having control of my show, and owning my show. I guess that's what made me a giant asshole. I mean, I'll take it. Guilty, I guess. It's a weird insult, but okay.
You do a 4-hour show, you got the rest of the day to do fuck all.
To play, bro. Money. I didn't realize Preston and Steve, Opie and Anthony, Todd and Tyler had to pay ads to get on the radio.
I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you know this.
We can't debate this.
We can't debate. Doesn't pay Preston and Steve money, my man.
We can't debate radio rules.
Todd and Tyler, let's go through the fucking ropes of people that are affiliate from Rover to everybody.
How dare you as a radio person How dare you as a radio person make more money and gain a new marketable skill like sales? That's for gays.
You're a
I mean, it is a stupid fucking quibble. Like, you do your show, you have complete control over it, you own it, you get to pick your advertisers that you promote, and you make way more money. And if the radio thing doesn't ever pan out, you now have a sales background, which will always be marketable.
And what he's saying is confusing. You sold ad space to get on the radio? No, you did a show on the radio, and then you sold the ad space as opposed to letting the station do it. That's
right.
Literally, you did a job that somebody was going to do, and you did it so you could make money, and he's upset about it.
I mean, this is why radio people are fucking dumb and they never make any money. What I did is what you should be doing. The people who do sales drive the nicest car in the parking lot.
Sales guy, dude. You're not a radio guy, Aaron. You're not.
You're
not a radio guy. You are a sales dude, and you want to work me over like you did Ray DeVito. It's not working.
Ray DeVito. What are you talking about? Wait, you're an idiot. Wait, you think you're going back to the Ray DeVito interview with Steel Toe?
Chad,
First of all, you're not doing the interview show, Chad. This is not your show. It's my show.
With all due respect.
Oh, thank you.
This is a mess.
Yeah.
Chad's just like screaming about one thing. Then I address the thing he's screaming about. Then he gets mad that I answered the fucking thing he's screaming about. Then he goes back to Ray DeVito. I can't follow.
I changed my mind. Can we go back to the Rekieta stuff now?
The question should be asked with all due respect.
You don't mean it.
How old are your children? Old.
We're not talking about children.
Let's not.
Okay.
How old are your children?
Okay, because the only reason I bring that up is because Aaron, let me remind
you're a
you
creep.
something. No. I know you want to defend Aaron here, Kevin.
He's a guest on the show. Yeah, you're bringing back the Ray DeVito interview.
Let me tell you this.
Who gives a fuck?
Both of you motherfuckers, you're like, we were just having fun. You and your fucking bullshit ex April, that fucking loser, you sat here and you made fun of my 9-year-old brother who was murdered and killed by a car. A picture
It's not murdered.
That's funny. Kevin comes in. He wasn't murdered by a car.
He wasn't murdered. And by the way, the only reason people know that story, Chad, is because you keep telling it.
I'm about to say that, but like, I love it. He says my 9-year-old brother was murdered by a car. A car can't commit murder.
Was that hilarious? Was that hilarious?
You guys
Aaron, was that hilarious?
Now, bitch. Don't
Picture
play
your
bitch now,
kid.
bitch.
Chad, he wasn't murdered. He wasn't murdered. He was murdered by a car that was in neutral.
Yeah, Chad, you brought it up as a point of material.
Right now. Picture your child. Is that hilarious?
I brought it up on my show and said, "Hey, my kid died this way." Guess what? Unfortunately, because I brought it up for material, that now becomes fodder for the rest of the internet. It belongs to them. When you bring shit up online, when you bring shit up publicly on your show, you've now invited that criticism. That's why the next time I have a girlfriend, a wife, or whatever, she doesn't get mentioned on the show. She doesn't get talked about, nothing, because I don't want her to become a public figure that can then get hurt by the kind of bullshit internet show that I do. I mean, I thought.
And by the way, this clip is going to air beautifully with how it ends in the interview. And
you mean the arrest stuff?
Yeah, just kind of like, hey, man, you bring stuff up online and it's open for public criticism. It's just like, add cue.
Oh, shit. Yeah, like Chad's like, oh, what about my 9-year-old brother? If I would have dug up dirt that your 9-year-old brother died in a car thing,
you'd be a horrible piece of shit.
I'd be a total piece of shit. But Chad kept bringing it up for content on Misery Loves Company, so we all made jokes on his jokes.
Do you feel sorry for anything you said about Chad or Chad's brother?
Off the top of my head, it's pretty brutal to make the dead brother jokes. But I will say this: if I were Chad, I wouldn't have brought him up for material on Misery Loves Company.
Yeah, I don't think he brought it up for material.
Kevin, stop this Xing me out bullshit. It's fucking.
Yeah, I can't have. Chad, we already got way.
Chad, but Chad was occupying all the time. He was just shouting the entire time. Nobody else could talk. So yeah, he had to. I understand why he went down.
On super chats, I can't have you screaming about the Ray DeVito interview.
It's not about that. No, it's about my
interview. We're not going back that far.
I'm trying to make Kevin, I'm trying to make a fucking point. What if I brought up your stupid kids and came up the next day about them getting killed? Is it hilarious?
They're not dead.
What if I did? Is it?
He said that's why I took you off so I could answer the question.
If I brought up your kids getting killed, is that funny to you?
Dude, he won't. He's lost his mind and he won't
let go of this.
He won't shut the fuck up and let anybody else talk. It's this old hack third mic radio gimmick where you just yell and yell and yell and yell and yell, and the other person just sits there and goes, whenever you're ready to let me speak, I'll go ahead and answer your question. But they don't want to hear the answer to the question because, it might not go well for them.
Yeah, it's not funny to me. They're my kids, but it might be funny to somebody else. It's fair game. It's public information.
No, it's not. I shared them.
That's the Louis C.K. line where they're like, if your baby fell out of a window and died, would you think it was funny? I'm like, no, but I'm sure somebody else would.
And also, you again, if you bring up that, like, if you find out that someone's kid died and you bring that up and make jokes, you're a horrible piece of shit. If somebody's talking about it on a show and then you comment on what you've seen, that's not the same thing.
It's not at all.
Moment. It wasn't a situation of comedy. It was just something. And you were, oh, me and April, we're going to have a good time with this. Now look at you, bitch. Look at you, bitch. 37, 2 marriages, 3 kids.
Calm down. Calm down. 30s, calm down.
X me out, Kevin.
2 more spouses and 3 more kids than you got, my man.
Oh, boy.
Dude, what Chad does, and I'm sorry to compliment myself again, what Chad takes 3 minutes and shouting to do, I disarm with just one smart-ass snide comment. This is why you can't let these people get you worked up. Stay cool, smile, and be a dick. You got it. I'm winning the race. I'm winning the race. I'm winning the race. I'm going to get 4 or 5 of them just so I can have 4 or 5 more than Chad. But Chad, it's all public. You're the one who told me, oh, bitch, you bring your wife on. I can say whatever I want. I'm going to fuck her. I'm going to fuck her. That's tasteless. That's terrible. That's a shitty thing to say. But guess what? It's allowed.
I said it because you were sniping me. I saw you sniping me.
Oh, so because I'm sniping you, now it's okay that we say horrible, offensive shit about people. Oh, okay. See, I didn't know the rules. I wasn't aware that you can only do that if someone's stream sniping you.
So you can't comment on somebody who talks about their brother dying in any way or make any jokes, but you can kind of passively threaten to do something with somebody, and that's okay because they were watching your stream.
Yeah. So I can make fun of your brother if you're stream sniping me. Okay, that's good to know.
You were trying to do a fucking Opie and Anthony bullshit.
We all have justifications why we do shit. It doesn't mean it's a nice thing to say.
I wanted to fuck up your live stream, and you had no idea what to do after that. In fact,
and I wanted to shit on you and make you mad.
And guess what? April was like, "Hey, do you think Chad has good dick?" She said that. It's on video. Do you
that's a rhetorical.
Chad has good dick.
Chad, that's a rhetorical question. We all know the answer is no.
Go.
It's a rhetorical question, Chad. We all know. We all know it's not.
That, and you're like, oh, I don't know. It's there. What are you going to do? How are you going to spin this one? It's there. It's documented. What are you going to do?
The fact that we're pulling this out and talking about it is horrible for you, Chad.
Yes, Chad, this is not good.
Just fighting this battle is
now.
easier.
What's your next thing? How are you going to do this?
I'm the one who said that everything you say is okay to say. You're the one who's sitting there clutching your pearls and going, but if it's a young boy and he gets hit by a car, don't fucking
clutching
bring it up.
My pearls. Dude, you came at me unprovoked. I didn't even want to know your name. To this day, I don't even want to know you.
Okay, just say you're sorry.
But you were so persistent.
Kevin,
just kiss and make up, for the love of God.
You tried to pile on to get in bed with Carl from Who Are These Podcasts. How is that working out for you?
Chad, I'm sorry I teased you.
You didn't. You wanted, dude. I go look at the show titles. You came in personal, dude. You came in personal. And guess what? What
the fuck do you want me to say? I'm not apologizing. I'm not saying I'm sorry. Right. He keeps yelling at me about it. I'm like, Chad, I'm not apologizing. I shit on you. It was fun. What do you want from me? Like, he wants me.
There's no gotcha moment here, Chad.
Yeah, he wants me to be like his therapist and absolve him of his anger, and that's not why I'm here. I said what I said. I did what I did. I did a show. I moved the fuck on.
And when I sold your ex-wife's book, and a lot of them, trust me, you guys, he's gone too far. And guess what? That money went to your fucking kids. I did that.
Chad, you are a saint, and I think everyone recognizes it. You did a wonderful gift for me and my family.
You're not going to twist this on me. You're not pulling Ray DeVito on.
I'm not twisting it. That's what you just said, that you were a good dude for putting money in my kids'
For helping
pocket.
the kids.
Jesus.
You can't win. You agree with them, you're a dick. You don't agree with them, you're an ass.
It's exhausting dealing with these people, and I'll tell you why. Because they don't know what they want. They don't know what they want, so you give them what you think they want, and they're still mad.
I'm not like, oh shit, Shucks, let's do a show together.
I thought you weren't going to harp on the Ray DeVito thing.
Chad, you just tried to say that you helped my kids. I'm thanking you for helping my family so much.
Aaron's my friend. He's my buddy. He's my buddy.
Chad, you're altruistic as fuck. You're a good dude.
Aaron's my buddy. Let's do a show together.
I should go back on Ray's show. You think it would be good?
just refuse to take any of this shit seriously. You'll be fine.
All right, that's lame. Read your super chats, Kevin. This sucks. It's a waste of time for everybody.
Well, you're so angry.
I'm not angry. I'm great.
I'm not angry.
He yelled
Dude,
at
I haven't
me.
seen you this red-faced before without, it involving, bottles and stuff. This if you're not angry, you've got a heart condition.
I mean, he's like, I'm not angry. I'm like, sorry.
I'm on vacation. I almost said the end.
Please have a fucking set of balls right now and you finish that sentence.
Yeah, so I can get a show on Compound Media. How did that work out for you?
I tell you, things are tight right now, Chad. Things are tight. You might
You
not
in
get
Iraq? Huh? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm in bed with Iraq. Yay, Iraq is my friend.
You want to argue the whole time about what? That he came
I
at you?
didn't talk when this show started, I didn't talk for 10 minutes. And then I talked, and now you don't want me to talk. Okay, I won't talk.
What a fucking baby. I mean, Chad, we all watched it. You occupied 90% of the time. You got your time in. And then you got mad that I didn't emote the way you wanted me to emote from your fucking rant you went on.
Yes, I shit on him a ton. We knew that coming in. I said shit about his brother. Yes, we knew that coming in. He said shit about my wife. He said shit about my ex-wife. He did the book thing. It's like he did low down, dirty, low blow shit. I did dirty, low down, low blow shit. It's the gutter of YouTube. All is fair in love and war. I learned that the hard way, and now we can have fun doing it.
Okay, but who started it?
Me.
I love that. Who started it? I did.
Who started it?
Motherfucker, I started the shit.
And now somebody doesn't kill somebody else's grandpa because they subscribe to a different YouTuber. They like us down there, boy.
They like us on MLC, boy.
You started to impress Iraq and Kumia and Carl.
I started it because I thought too many people were doing the stuttering John horse shit. And then on, I believe it was R Cringe. Chad showed up on R Cringe, and I used that as a site for show prep. And I can't, goddamn, for the life of me, I can't remember what the clip is. But he tried to inject himself into the stuttering John stuff. And so we made fun of him for that. And the video did really well. So obviously we had just started out on YouTube like 5-6 months earlier. So we caught traction with that video. And naturally I said, well, let's just keep watching this guy. Let's keep an eye on him. Let's watch clips. And if he does embarrassing shit, we'll make fun of him. And luckily for us, Chad says and does a lot of embarrassing shit.
I mean, I don't understand. I understand why some people hate me, but I don't understand why other people hate me. Like, there's reasons to hate me. You can't hate me because I'm not smooth with this shit like this. This is pretty good. I mean, I'm watching this back. This is pretty good. I'm fucking good at this shit. So, I mean, you can hate me for this reason that I talk this way. But, like, this is entertaining as fuck.
And it's just weird because one person is very, very upset about what was done to them, but they just completely kind of ignored that, oh, but you were part of it too. There were two people dancing in here. We didn't, as Aaron would like to say, I didn't get here all by myself.
Yeah. I mean, I started playing the music, but you danced with me.
And Chad, to be fair, was going through a dark time then, and he did get into a lot of skirmishes. Yes. And that's why, it's like, oh, did Melton just make fun? Kevin said skirmishes.
Okay, but like, I'm going through a tough time now. That's not an excuse for me to go,
oh, Aaron, you sweet summer child.
Wait about 2 hours, my friend.
Aaron, give this a little bit of time. I'm going through a tough time right now. Gee, golly gosh, with my divorce. And I mean, people didn't know it at the time, but my wife's living with another dude and his wife. And kind of a tough time for me. Hey, Aaron.
I'm going through a tough time right now. You're all about to find out.
I'm going through a pretty tough time right now. And then the internet went, hold the phone. I believe you might be going through more of a tough. I believe this tough time you're going through right now may be the time that you'll beg for after you find out about the tough time you're going to be going through.
Going through a tough time. Oh, Irony has entered the chat.
Your wife was found with cocaine on her debit cards on the nightstand next to where Nick Rekieta sleeps. Enjoy it, queer. Oof. April's stuff was found in Nick Rekieta's bed. Enjoy, homo. Yay. Hey, Aaron, how are you going to take back control of a little bit of your life? Oh, inform the entire internet about the destructive personal decisions I was making sexually? Why on earth would you do that? Because everyone else is already saying it, so I might as well get the truth out there.
Oh, don't pick on me. Don't make fun of me. People are allowed to rip me the fuck apart if they want to, and they do.
Dude, Kevin, if you X me out again, I'm done. I don't want to do I know you like the control and it's your show, but I'm not.
I can't have you yet. Time.
As Kevin yells at him.
As he starts screaming.
This is a calm show. People need to just fucking calm the fuck down and stop goddamn screaming.
As his fucking mic gates out, he's like, I can't have people yelling all the time.
Yeah, I'll just stop talking then, like I did in the beginning. But stop putting me backstage.
No, you weren't talking that you were complaining about not
I'll just
talking.
leave. Kevin, I'll just leave. I don't need this. I'm on
Okay,
fuel.
all right.
Just X me out. You and so can jerk each other off. There's 1,500 people here for a reason, dog.
Because of you?
No, because of this situation. A year and a half brewing of me and this douchebag.
You think Melton had something to do with your marriage dissolving?
Oh, God, no. Oh,
I disagree. Melton's a creep. He's an obsessive creep, and I think he definitely affected April's.
I'll say this: Chad had more to do with my marriage falling apart than Patrick Melton ever did.
Yay!
That was a good one. That was a good one. No, Patrick never factored into any of our marital life. I'm sorry to say that to Patrick. I know that probably hurts him and his fans' feelings, but you guys never came up. The Chad thing. Like in a
the Chad thing was like the first one.
Yeah, the Chad thing in a roundabout way did contribute to problems, but only because she had a hard time dealing with criticism and trolling on the internet. And I didn't know how to get her to stop having a problem with trolling and this and that on the internet. So Chad in that way was connected to part of the problem. But Patrick Melton was not.
While you're doing cocaine and Molly, I actually defended you with Carl, who recklessly said all this stuff. He said meth and cocaine, and I defended you. And then he come out and you're like, "Yeah, we did cocaine and Molly." I'm like, "Oh shit!"
No. Oh, no, Chad. First of all, because I got to be careful with this. I said I did that, not we. I
know what you're doing. You're protecting yourself to make her look bad. I get it.
What?
She did it. I'm gonna go on.
I'm protecting myself to make her look bad. No, at that time, before they got arrested, I was saying I did drugs. Not they did. I left everybody else the fuck out of it until they got arrested with 26 fucking grams of cocaine.
I got to protect myself here, so I'm going to self-incriminate and explain everything I've done because, again, I'm protecting myself, and I'm going to make these assholes look like shit by saying everything I've done.
Yeah.
Record. Your ex-wife, April, did cocaine and Molly with Rekieta, whatever the fuck his name is, the lawyer.
And I'm saying
drug addicts.
You can say whatever you want. I'm saying I did it.
And they're drug addicts, and that's what I'm saying. Take me to court.
By the way, don't take Chad Aaron, to court because that comment aged beautifully.
Very well.
That comment in about an hour and a half is going to look fucking golden.
And the irony of how he delivered that news, considering this exchange when that came across, because again, the one who unveiled this for you and Kevin Brennan was none other than Chad.
Accurate. You of this is how reckless you are. You were coming after me, and I didn't want to start anything. I was going through shit. I was already dealing with Kumia. I was dealing with Chrissy, Carl. I was just dealing with all this shit. Even my friend Gino, who I had a personal relationship with prior to this, and I didn't want to deal with you. You look like a Johnny-come-lately pile-on guy, which you were. And Melton was following me on social media. I hadn't talked to that fucking guy in a year. And he saw what we were doing. That's how he got involved. He butted himself into it.
That's what I just said.
Yeah. So he had
that's my weird thing with Chad. Like, he's yelling shit at me. Like, he needs a therapist. He doesn't need to be yelling at me. Like that. Yeah, Chad, I agree with you. That's what I just said. And he's like screaming this shit at me.
It's weird how he keeps getting more and more angry because you keep going, yes, I did that.
Right.
Come after me. None of us would know who Melton is. So you did this. You did this.
Oh wait, so because
Melton's not really a hair on anyone's ass though. Like he's just kind of a
Steel Toe because Steel Toe was going after Chad. Then Melton noticed it, and then he started watching Steel Toe every fucking day.
Because he saw the money coming in, he saw what we were doing. He wanted to get involved with all of this. Now he's involved with this, and he acts like he's some expert. He's been involved with this. He acts like now him and Carl are buddies. They're doing Hackamania. He's doing shows with Pat Dixon. It's embarrassing. It's a joke. Steel Toe, I'm going to tell you this right now, Aaron. Internet. My cousin last Thanksgiving goes, "Who is Steel Toe?" I was embarrassed.
Yay! Your cousin knew who we were because... So my whole point with the Chad stuff was to find new viewers and grow my audience, and then Chad's own family is like, who's this Steel Toe guy? So it worked.
So we did the right thing.
We did the right thing. The wrong thing was April going like, I don't like that people are saying mean things about me. Stop talking about him. And then I had to stop. I didn't like that.
Hey, some guy from Minnesota. I didn't want to tell him who you were. It was embarrassing.
Talking about you worked. It got me attention.
I didn't want to know you. I still don't.
I wouldn't either if a guy was shitting on me.
You shouldn't, but you had no reason to. I never met you.
We did one video on
you. Who cares? Who cares how it happened? I never met you.
We did.
That's right. We can only shit on people we personally met.
Right. We can't. That's a weird rule. You can only shit on people you've met.
We're all doing shows on the internet, pulling up different things to react to, talk about, or just in any way provide some sort of content for. But no, we have to know everyone personally now. Shit, I'm in trouble.
It's just weird. Like Chad's whole central thesis of our confrontation was you made fun of me and you hurt my feelings. It's like, okay, like I don't know what to tell you.
So, but now I want to meet his mom. I still don't want to meet Carl. I want to meet his mom.
I hadn't met Gino before I shitted on him. Which, like, should I shake hands with you first and then go back home and go, oh, this guy's a fucking asshole?
But I mean, the timeline really isn't important. The fact of the matter is, Melton is a fucking hunchback hat.
Hey, Aaron, to quote Robert Downey or Robert De Niro in a movie, "You blew it." Don't you quote movies every fucking time?
I love quoting movies, and that's Adam.
It's so but they're like,
I'm like, I love quoting movies, and that's Adam Sandler, not Robert De Niro. Guys, this is how you deal with people. You just you tease them. That's it.
Obscure movies, no one's ever fucking heard of them. Stop it.
Right,
Sam
but
V.
That was Adam Sandler quote, by the way.
Somebody sent me a screenshot from March 10th, 2023. It says, from you, by the way, Aaron. This is you.
I saw this on Twitter when you doxed my parents' house.
Was that your parents' house?
Yes, Chad. That's what
I had no idea. People sent it to me. I had no clue.
So I just put it out there. I didn't know I was doxing your parents, but I doxed your parents.
I could have been doxing anybody. I mean, it could have just been a random family that had nothing to do with this, and they could have been harassed or swatted or who God knows what. Yeah. I didn't bother to look into it. I just shared an address and said it was yours.
Yeah, and I did say when he posted that, I go, if anything happens to my parents' house, I'm pressing charges against Chad Zumach, 100%.
So Chad said he said he didn't know for sure, and he didn't give out the address. He just took a picture.
I didn't give out the address. So you were going to
know how the internet is, though. You can find those.
I know. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying that's what Chad said.
I'm just saying that in general.
You said you wanted to take me to court.
No, I should have been more clear. Right. If anything happened to my parents' house, yes, I would have pressed charges 100%.
Aaron, why did you have the guy?
Yeah, that doesn't really seem like an unreasonable thing.
Yeah. If you dock somebody's house and then it gets, vandalized, it seems like you might want to press charges against the person responsible.
Right.
Stoney's jumped me in Yel Kumia's country.
You know what? I told Cheetos that I was going to talk to you about this. Why, Chad? Why the fuck did you do that to poor Cheetos? He's a good guy. He's a business owner. He didn't deserve that.
I loved every minute of it. It was great.
Okay, but wait a minute. Would you have come clean about that not being true had people not calling bullshit immediately?
Eventually, because it was obviously a lie. It was
okay. First of all, that's rewriting history. It was not obviously a lie. You clung to that. You stuck to that. It was not obviously a lie. You hung on to that lie for a couple of days.
It was such an obvious lie.
You sold it pretty hard. I think if you could have gotten away with it, you would have.
Oh, someone's gonna find this. I know the internet at this point. They're gonna find.
Wait. So what are you guys debating? What happened? The guy from Stoney's didn't do it.
He jumped me.
Would you like to take this time to apologize to Cheetos?
No, he jumped me and yelled "Kumia's country." Well, you were supposed to go to DabbleCon. Carl was your buddy. I'm a piece of shit. You were at Comfort House. What happened to that? Where's your buddy at?
First of all, some of those things are still true. Carl and I may not be buddies, but you are still a piece of shit, in fairness.
Let me ask you.
But you are still a piece of shit.
Right, just because Carl's a fucking snake and a phony doesn't mean that Chad's not a piece of shit.
How come you had Corey Adam on your show and Nick Swartz has never fucking heard of you? You had him on your show for 6 years. He's never heard of you.
I never had Nick Swartzen on my show.
But why hasn't it just become, if you were such a big radio guy in Minnesota, how come that wasn't on Nick's radar? He had no clue who you were. And I asked him, you have no idea. He's like, no, he knew.
Yeah,
Tom
but I had
Bernard.
no clue who Melton was, and Melton was a comic for 30 years allegedly. So how do I not know Melton if he's if he basically started podcasting?
So Nick Swartz.
All right, I think I'm pretty much.
Yeah,
that's
dude.
about it.
What?
It was
so
fun. It was a lot. I'll say this: I had a lot of fun on MLC. I did.
That one got kind of dumb there because Corey's supposed to promote your show to everybody he knows.
Yeah. So yeah, that's really confusing because Corey does my show. Corey opened for Nick Swartzen once in a while. What's Corey supposed to go to Nick Swartzen and tell him all about Steel Toe?
Because you know what comedians love when they're successful or moving up or whatever, and people who maybe aren't on that same level of success go, "Hey, can I come pull on your coattails for a minute and ask you to come do this thing for me? Because it'll help me out." Yeah, that's what they love. So if it's a friend of yours, someone who you did comedy with, because as far as I understand it, Corey and Nick kind of came up together a little bit, and so yeah. I don't think you're going to sit there and go, "Oh no, come do this radio show for me."
Yeah. P Dog Knight, I love this guy. He was at the fateful October comedy show, and I met this guy. He was really cool. P Dog was. He says, "How did I know nothing good would come from that comedy show? No wonder it wasn't a popular place with the brothers." Yeah, but it was called no, it was Partners, not Brothers.
Yeah, it was Partners Pub.
Yeah, P Dog, it didn't end well, did it? Oops. Carlos Cameo with 199 says, "And just like Larry King, you'll have 7 ex-wives." There's that one again. Thank you. Sean, becoming a member for 11 months, says, "Keeps me entertained." Thanks, Aaron and Johnny. $5 from Dr. Silverwolf says, "As someone in sales, I would drive the nicest car in the parking lot, but I would give most of my money to Steel Toe and buying classic cars." Well, thanks for that too, I suppose. 199 from Jen. Thank you very much. 199 from Jen again says, "Been a psych RN. Nick Rekieta and Kayla Rekieta sound super manipulative." I hope that's not what happened with us. I really don't. But every time I would talk to Nick about drinking less or doing less drugs, he'd always have a rationalization. He'd always try to educate you or school you or whatever. And that was always really frustrating. There's a lot of good in Nick Rekieta, but he's really full of shit when you confront him on some of his unhealthy habits. He's remarkably full of shit. And we all are full of shit, but when you're full of shit about cocaine, that's a dangerous thing to be full of shit about, as he's now learning, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm just full of shit about coffee. It's a fucking candy bar in there. Yeah, but it tastes good and I like it. It's got a whole bunch of whipped cream on it. It's a goddamn dessert at 4 a.m. when you get up.
It's
what are
diabetes
you doing?
in a cup.
It tastes good. I'm gonna die. Let me be happy.
Thal with $20 says, "Aaron."
Thank you.
He's quoting me. All right. "I need to be entertaining, but I can't go overboard with my problems. Drip feed the drama. Be careful what I release. Internet, I help." I don't know what that.
I think he's saying you were playing it kind of close to the vest. You weren't dropping a whole lot of information, and then the internet went, "Oh, by the way, here's a bunch of information."
Oh yeah. Here, boom. Here's a bunch of shit.
Here you go.
Thal with $10 says, "Chad thinks poking fun at people is persecution on a commentary channel. Then Chris Chan is Jesus." Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Thal. I apologize. We are $100 away from today's goal and going into overtime at 10 o'clock. If you guys want to finish that off, Super Chats, PayPal, Streamlabs, all the links are in the chat. They're pinned to the top of the page. If you'd like to throw us a few bucks, We do appreciate everyone's support of this show and of this channel. See, we moved away from the Rekieta stuff, and there's still, between Rumble and YouTube, almost 1,500 people watching the show. So,
nice. They're hanging out.
If you guys are hanging out and you're sticking around with us, man, holy shit, do we appreciate it. That is great. I didn't expect to see 1,000 or 1,100 or 1,500 people hanging out after we got done with that stuff. So I really do appreciate it, you guys. That's really, really awesome. Let's go to some of the Rumble stuff, and then we'll get to some more stories that we've got. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I shit on Aaron all the time, and I've never met him first and foremost. I don't want to be pulled into his gravitational orbit. Kay Beckler says, I don't know who that Chad guy is, but wow, someone call the Wambulance. What a crybaby. See, I think some of these Rekieta people are going to stick around and get to know some of the other people, and they're going to be like, ooh, I'm going to get people sucked into more internet bullshit. I feel bad. J. Brock Contrarian says, I know they aren't saying it, but I hear them screaming, I'm gayer than you in this argument. Is he wrong?
I don't think so. It's like I said, you disarm people really, really quickly with the whole yeah, that's what I did. I did that. What's your point? So now when you scream about it, you look like a bitch.
J. Brock Contrarian says, if I was ever gay on the internet, I'd change my name to Lucky Pierre. Aaron should have leaked this out slow to keep the gravy train going. What a dumbass. He spilled out at the same time. Because I wasn't spilling for clout or viewership. I was doing it to try and fucking exercise my soul and get shit off my chest. It's all part of the recovery, as it is. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, if I would have been thinking in terms of, the internet and shit, then, yeah, I would have leaked it all out real nice and slow. But the reason I was doing it was because this stuff was just fucking poison in my soul. And it was too much, and I didn't want to hang on to it. So and then the arrest and everything happened, and then everywhere. Everywhere. I mean, just the shit went all. I mean, you talk about shit. It was shit literally hitting the fan. Based Pill with $2 says, don't you think Ashley will use this against you? I'm sorry if you haven't listened to this show at all. It's another thing that I've repeated 9,000 fucking times. And this is not your fault, Based Pill. I'm getting tired of just repeating myself over and over. Ashley and I have spoken about everything that's been done. Ashley knew. Here's the thing that you guys don't understand, because you don't live my life. It's okay. It's understandable. But before I go on the air with all this shit, the people I need to protect and the people that need to know, and they already know. I go and tell them. I cannot, when it comes to stuff like this, I cannot express more to people the value of snitching on yourself first. Talking about what you did wrong first before anything else. That's what's going to set you free. I promise. What are you rat-a-tat-tatting over there with?
Oh, someone was asking a question. I'm sorry. I forgot that I have a super clicky keyboard. I should have muted my mic. I apologize.
$5 from Vidam says, a lot of people are saying April is a gold digger. What do you think, Aaron and Johnny? It apparently seems that way. I'll let Johnny answer.
I don't think April's a gold digger because, one, I don't know her well enough to say April's a gold digger. And two, this relationship thing and everything that happened with it, it seems a lot less about money and stuff and more about habits and behaviors that kind of caused one person to kind of change what they like to do, and that changed who they want to do things with. I don't think money was truly a big thing in it because there wasn't a money issue in your side of the fence. It's you guys weren't cutting out coupons and bringing stuff into the pawn store to pay your bills.
Yeah. I will say that I'm not going to use the term gold digger. April is impressed by material things. She is. The house, the cars, the following on the internet. She wanted to sit down there and watch his show, and the more she did that, the less she became interested in this one. She used to get up every morning and listen to Steel Toe. Now, instead, she stayed up late. She would hang out and watch Nick's show. And then in the morning, I mean, obviously, the change in lifestyle caused more sleep, as it does. She would sleep in very late and not really catch much of the show. And when I would be like, hey, this thing happened on the show today, she'd be like, yeah, I didn't hear it. I'm like, oh, okay, fuck me then. So yeah, unfortunately, I think I may have caught one that maybe was a little more attracted to those kind of things than I thought, because and it causes you to look back on shit. And one thing I'll look back on is her boyfriend she was with before me, and they were broken up, but they had to live together.
Mm-hmm.
Or they were not live together, but they were still hanging out a little bit. I had more money. I had a bigger following. Obviously, I had the show. I had more stuff. I had more means, everything else. And she went from that to me and then never looked back. So, I mean, if you want to say that there's an establishment of a pattern there, kind of.
I guess I'm just trying to, preserve the memory of the person I knew. Because like I said, I didn't know her super duper well. We hung out a couple of times at comedy shows and stuff, and I've been over to your house and hung out with you guys a bunch. But it's not like we had late nights talking or anything like that. So I don't know. I just in my mind, I just never saw her that way. Yep. But like I said,
I didn't either.
Kind of a visitor.
I didn't either. But then again, a pattern develops. And and also I will say, I think the drugs had a lot to do with everything. Thal with $10 says, Aaron, so you felt you had a choice. Either stop streaming or deal with your problem live. Since streaming is not an option, you did what you could to alleviate the pressure to keep going. I mean, I would absolutely agree with that. Ren Ryan got something wrong.
I did it for the money.
Yeah. Ren Ryan got something wrong, and people have been getting a lot of stuff wrong. That's okay. It's understandable. Aaron, why didn't you just dump April instead of pimping her out? I didn't pimp out my wife, guys. Let's stop with that shit. You told Kino Casino you knew it was over when you began swinging. No, when you look back, I told people, I go, once you start doing something like that, it's over. Either go get therapy together or fucking call it a day. Don't go into that kind of lifestyle. That's what I said.
Yeah, it's not going to help you at all.
No. I didn't say that I knew it was over then. No, when we first started it for about a month or two, we were like, oh, this is great. Oh, this is fun. I got this new beautiful woman in my life. And then there's this other woman that's my wife and this blah, blah, blah. And you thought you're going to make it work. And then there's drama and there's fighting and there's drugs and there's crazy shit. And it's just, it all just falls the fuck apart.
It's nowhere near as easy as the Partridge Family made it look.
And I kept telling everyone, come on, get happy. Based Pill with $2.
And then he'd say, fix her.
God, that fix her thing, man. Based Pill with $2. Let's not put that fucking information out there, Based Pill. Don't be one of these internet weirdos who goes, I know shit, let me put it out there. Don't be that guy. Be a better person than that. We're $90 away from today's overtime. If you want to throw a couple of bucks in to knock it out, feel free. The Streamlabs and PayPal links are up in the chat. Boy, I tell you, though, thank you guys for all your super chats, especially all the new people with their super chats. By the way, a lot of the people that are here for the Rekieta stuff don't like the Steel Toe trolls, even if they don't like us. They're like, God, Based Pill, how long have you been trolling online? A couple of years? There's like, not really... Not really your strong suit, if you will. But yeah, as far as the new audience goes, thank you very much for the super chats, and
yes, thank you,
and for just supporting the show, because what you've done is you've given a lot of our regulars who have supported this show financially big time. You've given them a big breather, and I'm sure they really appreciate it. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, Kayla, beautiful. You sure you aren't still high? She was very nice to me. And everything ended very ugly. We understand that. But there was a time. I don't want to get in trouble or act like I'm saying something that, that I'm not saying. There was a time where things were very, very good. Richard G says Aaron refused to get an actual job. He'd rather beg the judge to lower it. Boy, you guys are really bad at this. Begged the judge to lower it? All right, here's what I'm gonna do for you, buddy. If that's what you think is happening, I don't want to stop your happiness. If your happiness comes from thinking I went to a judge to ask to have my child support lowered, if you believe that happened and that brings you some kind of solace and happiness in life, I don't want to stop you, buddy. So carry on. $90 away from doing 30 minutes of overtime today. Thank you very much. If you want to contribute, all of the links are in the chat. I wanted to play this today. This was Chelsea Handler.
Before we get into that, not to interrupt you, but yeah, there's 5 over on Rumble. So I don't know if you were going to check.
I'm sorry.
It literally just happened a minute ago.
Okay, thank you. $5 from Vidam says, I'm going to miss April. It's sad she left the show.
Yeah. I just didn't want to miss it while we get into the Chelsea stuff.
Well, thank you, buddy. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Vidam. That $5. Throw that in the old pot. 85 away from knocking it all out today. I appreciate it. So, 383 Novocaine says, I lived it. I tried warning you. It never was a happy ending, and the couple that you get involved with is always the groomer. You don't do this on your own. Look, I mean, what am I going to do? Tell any of you that you're wrong at this point? I mean, it's very easy for me to say, yeah, you're right. I mean, after it all fucking blew up in our face, you know? Alex Channel says, do you think Nick is not a real lawyer? He's
a real lawyer.
I only saw him handle one case, and it was a speeding ticket case, and he couldn't get his ass out of bed to attend Zoom court. So that's my opinion on him as a lawyer. Tanya Tate with $2 says, hindsight is always 2020. Prophetic words. Deep and wise beyond your years. Thank you, Toxic Wasteboarding, for becoming a member for your 24th month. We appreciate that a ton. All right, let's go into this. Again, $85 away. Let's go into this
Chelsea Handler
thing. People got to let this Harrison Butker thing go. A fucking kicker made a speech at a Christian school about broads being baby makers and homemakers. I mean, that's a very Christian thing to say. That's a very, private school Christian conservative thing to say, is that women, the highest calling you have is as a mom and a homemaker. And a lot of people got really nuts about it. And people even wanted Harrison Butker fired from the Chiefs, which, show me you don't know football. He's one of the best kickers in the NFL. They were trying to, I think somebody doxed his address. It got really fucking nasty.
It got bad.
And all because he said this thing. But let's analyze what he said. A woman's highest calling is to make children and be a homemaker. Okay. What's more important to humanity? You filling a sales and marketing job that a bunch of other people could do? Or you having children and raising them? I mean,
that's not even really what he said. That's the hot line that everyone takes. He fell back on religion and women. But what he was really saying, the whole speech started with that society has sold women a lie that they can get these degrees and have a professional life. And what a lot of you women that are graduating today are going to find, and this is exactly what he said, what a lot of you women that are graduating today are going to find is you're going to discover your life doesn't really start until you start a family. And he gave an example of his wife having that experience. And what he was really saying is that society has sold this lie that as a woman, you can be a professional and a businesswoman and have all of that and have, 3 kids at home and a lovely house and all of it. And he's saying overall, you can't do that. But he stuck to his religious roots with a lot of it, and everyone freaked out. Misogyny, and he's saying we need to be barefoot and pregnant. No. That's not what he said.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I didn't realize it went that deep. But either way, guy or girl, man or woman, some bullshit sales and marketing job or taking care of and raising children. What's more important to society? I would argue anybody can do the sales and marketing job, and that raising and taking care of children.
He can do it.
Yeah, is remarkably important. But let's see what Chelsea Handler had to say. And I'll also say this. The older and more haggard Chelsea Handler gets, the more just kind of shrill and shrew-like she becomes. Like, when she was younger and maybe a little more attractive, not that I ever found her very attractive, like, you could at least look at it as, oh, this cute, sassy bitch.
There are people that find her attractive. I could see it.
Yeah, this cute, sassy bitch is really giving this person a what for. Now she just looks like an old spinster, just with cats running around bitching about shit, you know? Thal with $100. Thank you very much, Thal. I'm doing this just because I can, and I think it's funny to hear people screech, LOL. I also figured Tonka Saw is everyone's E-daddy. Tonka Saw got Andy popular. Andy helped Piggy. Piggy helped Rekieta. Rekieta helped others, LOL. Now everyone is angry with me, LOL. Well, hey, look, if you ever want to spend $100 to make people screech, we will always be here to receive that $100 to hear people screech. We take 70 of that home, $15 away from today. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Cabernet with $2. April only chose Rekieta because Johnny was taken. Sorry, bud. Oh, you muted yourself, you dummy.
Oh yeah, I muted myself because I was fixing my leg and I didn't want to bump my desk. No, I get I'm kind of not taking it all, and that's fine. I've done enough damage. I have one kid, and that's all we need.
Just the one.
Just the one.
Thank you guys for keeping us in the thousands, by the way, the entire show, even though half of it was the life shit and the other half was doing show stuff. So we appreciate you guys sticking around. Make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe. We really appreciate all of the support we've been getting. You guys are fantastic. Let's do the Chelsea Handler thing. This is her complaining and bitching. Do you think maybe she's complaining about Harrison Butker because she missed the kid train and it's uncomfortable for her?
Like 5 years ago, I would have said no. But now I'm starting to wonder because I don't remember. It was really 2 or 3 years ago where she did some big thing about being super proud to not have kids and to be single and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, you're bragging about not having anyone around. Like, I didn't want to have kids, but I super love my daughter, and I couldn't imagine not having my daughter in my life now. So the idea that like anyone is like, oh, I'm so happy about not doing this. I'm like, well, who are you convincing, me or you? Because I don't care.
Right. Like when she made that video, and if somebody digs it up, put the link on Rumble or YouTube, it's fine. But Johnny's right. She did this video where she's like, I don't have kids and I'm 30 something or 40 or whatever. And here's what I do. I do all of this shit. Whee, it's fun. To which Nick Rekieta responded, I've got 5 kids. You should see the shit I do for fun.
Yeah, I mean, people have proved you can have a lot of fun.
Sure.
It's all about how you do you.
Yeah, as long as you don't have any guilt, like me. Like, if you have guilt, you're not going to be able to do it with kids around. It's not okay. Let's go ahead to the Chelsea Handler thing. Here we go.
As you may have heard, there's a man by the name of Harrison Butker who's talking more than I typically like for a male. He's a kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, and I learned that kickers rarely get tackled. So based on his misogynistic rant during a recent commencement address, I'm guessing this Bible thumper thumped himself a little too hard with his Bible and gave himself CTE.
What a great joke. You see, Johnny, because if you're really wordy and talk way too much in the setup, the punchline is really, really funny. Oh, my God, she is atrocious.
CTE.
Get it?
Before you criticize, lady, you do realize it was I think a Catholic or a Christian college.
Yeah.
By the way, so they probably were very yay Bible stuff.
Yeah.
Just
he
saying.
Thumped himself with his Bible so hard he gave himself CTE.
Actually,
I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad that she doesn't like Harrison Butker or whatever. I'm just mad that joke was shit.
But I just realized I'm criticizing her for saying for not realizing that Harrison Butker might have given a speech to perform for his audience. She's never learned that skill. She just does her.
Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world.
What's wrong with that?
Again, and if you cut out the part where he said, I feel society has sold you a lie where you can go and be a professional woman and have a family life, it has a lot more context with that in it, but everyone clips that first part out and focuses just on, you're very excited for, I would believe most of you are excited for your families and your kids. And it's like, no, that's not what he was saying.
Which, by the way, is totally fucking fine.
Yeah.
And embrace one of the most important titles of all, homemaker.
First of all, Harrison, you're a kicker, so you have one important part of your body, and it's not your fucking brain.
I can tell you that my...
Whoa! Shots fired at old Harrison Butker. Is she just mad because now as she gets older, she starts to look like a linebacker? Could that be the problem here? God, she looks like a fucking ghoul now. She looks terrible.
She's starting to realize she had one important part of her body, and it also isn't her fucking brain. And that part's aging out, so ooh.
I think I saw Chelsea Handler in a mugshot in Wilmer the other day. Holy shit.
I know, dude. This downward angle in the white like V-neck shirt. I was like, I've gone from one mugshot video to another.
Yeah.
Beautiful wife Isabel would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. Isabel's dream of having a career might not have come true, but if you asked her today if she has any regrets on her decision, she would laugh out loud without hesitation and say, heck no.
Isabel.
Who the fuck, like, and she's about to do the blink twice if you're being abused thing, but like, imagine what a bankrupt shithead you'd have to be like, oh man, I'm so glad I didn't have kids and instead I could be a risk management analyst for a fucking health insurance company. Like, oh man, I'm glad I built that career for myself and I have no children or legacy to leave behind. Oh God, but everyone knew that I came up with that big healthcare proposal.
So she grew up and she wanted to have a career, a college degree, all of that. Because, by the way, again, as he said earlier in his speech, society pushes that narrative.
Yeah.
So she did that. And then when she got her degree, she had a family. She's like, you know what? I'm picking this over that, and I'm happy with it. I, again, don't know what the big sin here is because just off of my own personal experience, I have 3 sisters. Obviously my daughter was the product of a woman. So like all of those women, I can guarantee you right now, if I'm like, okay, so you have a guy that he goes out every day, he makes the money, you get to handle the house and all of your finances and things are done. You don't have to worry about any of that. You just get to spend time with your kid and take care of that stuff. Does that sound like a fair deal? Oh, fuck yeah. They'll sign up on that all day.
No.
Isabel, please blink twice if you need us to call for help. But the real kicker...
Yeah. Isabel, that multi-millionaire athlete that you're with, let us know if he's not properly taking care of you.
...is that Harrison Butker's mother is a renowned physicist who has a degree in chemistry and a master's in medical physics.
And I'm sure if you asked her, Chelsea, she would say, but my greatest joy in life is watching my children grow into being successes. I'm sure, oh boy, poor Chelsea Handler. Oh boy, she missed the point because her ovaries were screaming. Her uterus was yelling at her and she missed the point of the whole speech. No matter what your career, no matter what you'll go on to do, you're probably most excited about becoming a mother and a homemaker. Chelsea, sweetheart, if you asked Harrison Butker's mother, what are you most proud of? Your children or the fact that you're a physicist? And she would say, are you retarded? My children. Oh, no. Chelsea Handler, tell me you didn't listen to the speech without telling me you didn't listen to the speech.
Oh, who paid for all those youth athletic team fees and uniform fees and equipment fees when Harrison was a kid so he could grow up to have a career making millions of dollars for fucking kicking things? My guess is a working woman.
Well, at least he kicks footballs, unlike some of your boyfriends kicking your womb when they're worried you're pregnant. No, that's not. I'm just kidding, guys. She's too old to conceive.
Harrison, this is the first time I've heard about you and hopefully the last. And after this, I'm going to go ahead and do what your fellow teammate does and just pretend like you don't exist.
I don't talk to Harrison all year long, man. I just let him do his thing. We sit right beside each other in team meeting and I don't say one word to him.
By the way, I know I'm not speaking to her, but Chelsea, you could have looked into his father while you were looking into his mother. Hell, they're both in the same article here. Harrison Sr. is a financial analyst at MD Keller, an American holding company that Harrison Jr. co-founded with his best friend. So yeah, he's apparently a financial analyst. So apparently both of their parents were doing well.
Doing very
I guess that,
well.
and that's, again, that's not the norm. to have two parents who are doing really, really well and really, really successful in a household. And that's something that you can't expect everybody to have. It's a Christian school. Stop flipping out. It was a speech.
Sid Saraf with $49.99 says, I enjoy a good screeching. Thank you, Sid. We've knocked it out, and we are $20 into tomorrow. Thank you. Cabernet with $2 says she looks more fried than Johnny wouldn't. That's not very nice. Handler looks like Chris Cyborg, says DL. Accurate. $30 into tomorrow. Cabernet with $2. Johnny, blink twice if you would bang Chelsea Handler.
God, no. Have you seen, dude, did you see the the lines on her eyes when she came in? Like, that's the part that freaked me out the most. It's like when she's leaning over the camera and it's just the deep, like there's no amount, because she put makeup on. You can see it on her face.
Yeah.
But there's no amount of concealer or anything that'll solve the problem of two folds of flesh just pushing against each other and making a crevasse. So it's just, you've got two big old lines. It's just, I'm sorry, when you're screaming about not having kids and not having a family, or anyone who pushes that idea as a misogynist, and you look like her, I'm just like, yeah, how sad are you that you have nothing to do on Mother's Day?
Thal with $20 says, to make OK Jerky happy with me. Thank you, Thal. You guys are now $50 into tonight. We appreciate just how generous you've been with our program. And holy shit, do I appreciate so many of you sticking with us while we do our actual show and giving the actual show a chance. I'm going to be honest with you. We would do like 400 on YouTube and Rumble each at a time before all this happened. And then we went up to like 1,500 on YouTube at a time. And then for most of the day today, since we've moved on from that stuff, 1,000 to 1,200 of you have stuck around and given this show a chance. And as we're getting towards the end here, the numbers are obviously going to go down, but holy shit, I have to say thank you to you guys for sticking around. I mean, I really didn't think the majority of people who were watching for the Rekieta stuff would stick around and give the rest of the show a shot, including, people throwing in super chats and stuff like that keeps our show going. Thank you so much for that. But you did. The majority of you did. And I hope it stays that way, and I hope you continue to subscribe to our program. It's been really awesome. Hopefully, I don't want this to be, people are here just for the drama farming and the Rekieta stuff and then they bail. That would suck. I would rather it be, this was kind of an exposure that a quality morning show needed to kind of grab a little extra audience. And at least today it looks that way.
I'm going to have to quit then. I did not sign on to do a quality morning show. Fuck this shit.
I'm just telling you guys, I thank you very much. And it's very, I hate to be gay about it, but it makes me happy that you guys have given us a shot and that hopefully you'll stick around with us. Thanks again.
But I'm being serious. I signed on to sandbag a dog shit show. So
no, you can still do that. Now you have more people to sandbag for. Now you can make it your own personal mission to see if you can lose all of these people.
Woo.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm sorry. I still love that. I have that moment in my head with the Chad thing where he's just like, Chad had more of a yay.
Yay.
Oh, sorry. That's a weird thing. I linked my YouTube channel in the chat.
Do
I'm
that.
18
Yes,
subscribers from 500. So if we make that happen, I can take super chats. I don't work hard enough on my channel because I'm, a mess. So I've got to work more on that. But if you want to subscribe to it.
What did you say? You're 18 away?
18 away. I'm at 482. Because again, I do a smaller show because I'm not as energetic or as anxious to do the drama stuff, so I just kind of watch news, make jokes.
We still got about, between Rumble and YouTube, we still got well over 1,000 people watching this show. So here's what I'm going to do. There's the link in the chat. I'm going to pin it to the top of the YouTube page. Guys, there's Johnny's YouTube channel. Go subscribe to it. Let's get 18 of you to do that, and let's get Johnny to 1,000 or 500 by the end of the show today. Let's do that. 18 of you just need to click that link like I just did. It would be so embarrassing if I wasn't subscribed. You're at 496 already, buddy.
Oh, Jesus. This is an old one. I have to update it. So holy Jesus.
501. Johnny hit it.
503. Thank you.
Johnny did it. Johnny hit 500 subscribers. So now you do know you have to go in and click like apply for
I have to do work.
monetization. Yeah.
That thing I really suck at.
Holy shit. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very, very much.
Danny Crook, this is an important question, so I do want to read it. When does April get taken off the payroll, and when will Johnny be compensated like you promised? I got a text from my lawyer today. Hopefully that's happening in the next 30 days because April has agreed to sign off on everything and will be our divorce will be final and we can both move on with our lives and she can get happy and healthy and everything else.
And then I can date her as I've been waiting this whole time.
And then once all of April's stuff is off the books, we're going to throw money at Johnny, money at Keanu and Gino, money at Matt. And we're going to be able to take care of everybody with April's money, as it were. Cabernet with $2 says, "Don't know about the drama. I'm just here for Johnny." Thank you, pal. Appreciate
I'm sorry.
Alex Channel says, "And then get arrested." Wait, which one? Me or April? Which one of us is getting arrested? I'm not sure.
If it's me, that'll be interesting. What am I going to do to get arrested?
That would be fucking hilarious. I've been talking to detectives and lawyers, and they both assure me that you're good. You know, you've been out of there for almost 2 months. Like, you weren't there when they got arrested. You weren't there for any of this other shit. You admitted to what you've done on the show. Nobody's trying to arrest you for trying cocaine. Like, they don't arrest people for that. And then I just go in there and I don't come back. I just go in there and they're like, "Psych, got you, fag." And then my fucking lawyer shows up. He goes, "Ha ha, I told you. I lied. I did warn you not to trust me."
Lawyer fucked me.
Didn't do it. Guy Sartell says April got a face tattoo yesterday. Pod Awful says they're going to arrest you. They're not, buddy. I got lawyers. I got everything. We're good. We're good, Pod Awful. I got to decide, do I want Jesse on the show tonight or no? Do I feel like, the guy fucking got me coleslaw. I love coleslaw. I ate it, by the way, the whole thing. Byerly's coleslaw is fantastic.
Yeah, I know you love coleslaw. I personally mixed on it. But if you don't have Matt, then I don't see what's the problem with having Jesse on. It's your show.
Yeah.
You have full control.
How about that? You know what I should do? I should be leveraging, since Jesse wants to be on the show all the time. I should be leveraging, what is it? Byerly's snacks for appearances. Every time Jesse's on the show, I get a little rap at the door, and there's a Byerly's treat waiting for me.
Dude, I'm still, I cleaned out my Instapot that I used to make that, and now every time I go in the kitchen, when I look at it, I just remember that fucking French onion soup. Those Byerly's onions were great.
Right? Pod Awful.
That was awesome.
Update from Jesse. He says, "Don't push it. I'm not that interested." Yeah, but Jesse, you understand I can't get a yes unless I ask. MF Coombe with $5 says, "I was a coke addict for years and know their trains of thought. And with everything you've exposed, I really think you should consider moving address." I appreciate that. Look, man, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're right. I respect your opinion. I think I'm all right. I think I'm okay. But I understand your concern for sure. All right, guys. Let's I'm trying to read some updates here.
I have like butt puckering reactions to. I'm reading some updates here, and I'm like, oh god. I keep learning new things this week.
Yeah,
and I wish I hadn't.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm just seeing the clips that they're putting up of just shit that's been said, because they're gonna dig through all of this. And some of the stuff they're putting out there right now just doesn't look good.
That's the problem with doing all of this on camera. Like I always say, like fucking, I had my stupid little moment a couple weeks ago and everything. You do something on camera and everything, it's out there for people to see, make fun of, and criticize. So keep in mind what happens. And for a lot of us, we have those moments like recently for you take an L and you're like, I gotta just eat it and go through it. But that's one of the reasons why I have to be, more considerate about that's why I've stopped drinking on stream. I don't want people going to those clips all the time. Being like, look at this guy doing this shit, looking like a piece of shit, half drunk, passing out on stream. Like, that's not a good look. So I got to stop doing that.
Somebody wrote on Kiwi Farms, is very funny. Just listen to the Nobody Likes Onion stream, and holy shit, is every episode like this? It's like living next to an abusive gay couple. It's just some fat asshole yelling at his co-host for 4 hours. Who the fuck is the audience for this? I love that like Kiwi Farms has found some of this like normie shit, and they're saying pretty much the same thing we are. Like, this is fucking gay, It's just fucking stupid. Really dumb. All right, guys, let's get into some other stuff. We've got about, 40 minutes left in today's show. Carlos says, I will admit Kiwi Farms is hilarious. The people, not only is Kiwi Farms hilarious, Kiwi Farms, like, those people know their shit. Like, they're really, really good. Like, they observe, they report, but, like, they're good at catching things. Like, I remember that. I remember Kiwi Farms coming up with stuff about the four of us, and I would just keep saying, I would be like, it's like they're in the fucking room. I was thinking to myself, like, is one of us like sleep ratting or something? Like, are we being filmed? Is this
April was a secret agent the whole goddamn time,
right? Is this
they sent her into honeypot?
Is this a Truman Show type of situation or what? Because the Farms would fucking nail it, man. And I gotta tip my hat to them. They knew all of this stuff. And I've confirmed. I will say I've kind of softened on some of the Lawtube people a little bit. Yesterday was kind of a wild day for me. I overdid. But
you got a little emotional. It's all good.
I got a little emotional yesterday.
I mean, how dare you? What's wrong with you? Breaking down.
By the way, Elisa Clips has a series of Nick Rekieta videos that she's calling Breaking Baldo. And I have to say,
that's beautiful.
Kind of funny. But I said about the Lawtube people yesterday, I'm like, they fucking question me and say that I'm not, they say, I don't know. They don't say I'm not credible. They're like, I just don't know how credible he is. And I kind of lashed out and I was like, well, fuck that. Every legal document that's come out, everything that's come out about it, I 100% told you about. I 100% told you about everything that was going on. I have been 100% right down to the letter on this shit. And nothing from nobody. And they go, well, I don't know how credible he is. I understand that as legal people, they can't be like, oh, just because he's been right so far, we have to take everything he says as gospel. I get that. It's not personal. It's legal shit. I'm sorry about that. Strictly Patrick with $5 says, when do you think we'll drop his first mumble rap LP? I got to know who you're talking about, buddy. Cabernet with $2 says, don't know about the drama. I'm just here for Johnny. And then another $2 from Cabernet. Get Johnny to 1,488 subscribers.
I mean, I love a boost in numbers. I'm not going to lie. Thank you so much, everyone, for subscribing to my dog shit channel.
I have to say this Mike Tyson news that I saw yesterday really, really worries me. Everyone I talk to, and for people who are new to this show, I do amateur boxing. I train fighters. I get ready for the jokes. All right, his body, blah, blah, blah. You're a boxer, blah, whatever. And everyone I've talked to about, they always want to talk to me about the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fights. They're like, oh, what are your insights? What do you think? And they're always disappointed when they talk to me about it because I go, Jake Paul should fucking destroy him. Like, Jake Paul should crush Mike Tyson. There's no reason Mike Tyson should be really even competitive in this fight. And they go, oh, man, come on, but it's Mike Tyson. It's like, no, it's not.
It's the legend of Mike Tyson.
Yeah, it's you're thinking of the legend of Mike Tyson. Guys, 1986 was almost 40 years ago when he knocked out Trevor Berbick. It's been almost 30. It's been 35 years since he knocked out Larry Holmes and Michael Spinks and all these other guys. Shit,
It's been 20 years since he quit on his stool against Kevin fucking McBride, a nobody Irish heavyweight in his last fight. It's been 20 years since Kevin goofy-ass chubby McBride made Mike Tyson quit on his stool. So, I'm sorry. I don't think 58-year-old Mike Tyson is going to be competitive against, and say what you want about Jake Paul, but a late 20s, prime condition boxer. Say what you want about Jake Paul. He is a boxer. He's not the greatest. He lost a very close fight to Tommy Fury, who, to his credit, is an undefeated professional. So, I do think that Mike Tyson should not be competitive in this bout. A 58-year-old man, no matter how good he used to be, should not beat a 28-year-old guy. So I think Mike Tyson's going to lose. Now, that being said.
But what was the medical emergency?
Well, that being said, if Jake Paul loses to Mike Tyson, he should fucking quit boxing forever. He should stop boxing. Never do it again if you lose to a 58-year-old Mike Tyson.
I just realized Mike Tyson's been boxing about as long as I've been alive.
Right.
That's fucking creepy. I didn't realize that. I keep thinking, for me, Mike Tyson, I'm thinking like early 90s and like mid 90s when a lot of the, bullshit with the Holyfield stuff happened. Like, I think of all that. Fucking 86 is crazy. Yeah. Why is he even fighting?
Yeah, he's been boxing longer than I've been alive. I mean, technically not, because he hasn't done it for, well, he did the Roy Jones thing, but he hasn't done it.
Could you take him, Aaron?
Could I beat Mike Tyson? No, I couldn't beat Mike Tyson.
Do you think he'll rattle your ribs?
I think he might hurt me a little bit. Strictly Patrick with $2 says, when will Nick drop the mumble rap LP? Okay, so it was Nick you were talking about. Well, it's an idea. Paramedics boarded a flight to tend to Tyson after allegedly conflicting reports about the plane's delay before takeoff. Mike Tyson had an apparent medical emergency while on a flight from Miami to L.A. Eyewitness accounts explained the emergency came just 7 weeks before his Netflix boxing match. See, now this, if he's having medical episodes on fucking airplanes at 58 years old, 6 weeks before.
I don't think you should be boxing, man.
We maybe should call this whole thing off. Tyson was witnessed being escorted on and off the flight before it was set to take off. He was seen in the American Airlines Admirals Club before he boarded. What do you have to do? Like, I fly Delta. What do you have to do to get in that Delta lounge?
I have no idea. I don't fly. I've never been on a plane.
Because everyone
The only time I've been to airports was to drop my brother off when he went to Afghanistan.
Everyone always talks about, like, oh, before my flight, I'll go to the Delta lounge. And I'm like, I've seen it before. But I'm like, do you have to buy a certain ticket?
I think you have to pay to be a part of it. From
somebody says you pay. Okay, that's it. It's just a money thing. It's not like an amount of flyer miles or anything else. You join the club and pay for it. Oh, miles, pay, or tier. Easy. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. So Mike Tyson was escorted on and off the flight. The boxing legend was seen in American Airlines Admirals Club before he boarded, which reportedly garnered a lot of fanfare in the area. That's always a problem, too, because the airport can be a crowded place. Leave people the fuck alone. Yeah. Like, nobody goes flying and goes, oh, man, I really hope there's a lot of people surrounding me and I can hardly breathe. Like,
can't wait to sign some autographs.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with, I don't think, if you see a celebrity, there's nothing wrong with going up to him quietly and saying, hey, I'm a big fan of your work, and then fucking off. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But like hanging around and like talking, you're abusing your privilege at the moment. There was a lot of buzz when he left the Admirals Club and got to the gate. A lot of fans recognized him and a few people got pictures, a witness said. He was very accommodating, and then he was escorted away from the gate because the flight was delayed, because the gate person said the plane was too hot, it had been sitting all day and had to cool down. Fast forward to 30 minutes before the flight landed, and flight personnel made an announcement asking if any medical technicians or doctors were on board. Wow, so they literally did the old, is there a doctor
on the plane?
The flight issued an announcement asking for a doctor. The message even came on everyone's screens, the witness explained. Upon landing, the witness said that Tyson had some kind of medical emergency on the plane, and paramedics boarded.
This caused a 25-minute delay as paramedics attended to Tyson in first class. Following the incident, a representative for the former heavyweight champion said that thankfully, Tyson was doing great. The issue was apparently an ulcer of Tyson's that flared up. So old man Tyson, who's going to fight a 28-year-old boxer in 6 weeks,
has a stomach ulcer that can flare up?
Has an ulcer. I mean, what the fuck, man? I don't know how many. I don't know how many people.
Just put down the Takis for one goddamn week.
I don't. Yeah, Alex Channel. He got a bad fish. He's going to be fighting in 6 weeks. And here he is fucking ulcering and, having medical problems on a plane. This is a bad idea. I don't know how many people I'm going to talk to about this fight in the next month and 6 weeks, they said, is when the fight is. But it's going to be really hard for me to keep listening to people going, oh, you think that Mike's going to kick the shit out of him, right? You think Mike's going to knock him out? I'm like, Mike can't even eat spicy food.
He can't handle chili powder right now, man.
If Mike eats anything over mild salsa, it's over for him.
He's hospitalized by sriracha. It's not the same man.
Guys, he's not going to beat Jake Paul. He's just not going to be. He's too old. It's going to be bad. I think Jake Paul will win. I think more than likely what we'll see is Tyson quit on the stool. I think he'll get tired. I think he'll kind of be getting beaten up. And I think he just won't come out for, say, the 5th or 6th round. Steve says, Aaron has not watched Mike train. Many trained fighters think he is still a bad man. They're susceptible to the legend of Mike Tyson, too. And let me tell you something. I've seen the training videos of Mike Tyson. You know what I've seen? 10 seconds of pad work. 10 seconds of pad work, in one day, I could get you to look like a bad motherfucker for 10 seconds of pad work.
From the chair.
Yeah, right. So, I don't know, man. I think it's a bad idea. I think Mike's going to get beat, and now old Uncle Mike's got a fucking ulcer before he fights the kid. Very interesting. Johnny, I'm gonna do today's only bathroom break.
All right.
I'm going to go pee in just a second here. Then we're going to do our 30 minutes of overtime. We've got a lot of stuff for you today. We're going to watch a body cam video, not that body cam video, of a San Diego Police Department officer who just resigned after, let's just say, he got propositioned on film. Those fucking body cams are really wrecking a lot of the fun that officers used to get to have. Those fucking body cams are really knocking all the fun out of the job.
So, did he get fired because of it? Or did he get fired because he took her up on the offer?
Well, I think we're going to find out that it's the way he handled it. Real quick, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Our friends at Stoney's, of course, tomorrow is bike night. Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack will be there. Go enjoy the patio and Stoney's Garage, the outdoor-indoor bar at Stoney's. It's so awesome. Every Saturday, you've got the live music. You've got the party atmosphere. It's just so much fun. Man, the best dive bar in central Minnesota, Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Sunday mornings, grab the best Bloody Mary there is in town. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. You know, our friends at Midland Armory have the Gear Fire Capital offer. You spend more than $500, you can finance your firearm with Gear Fire Capital in Midland Armory. So say instead of spending $550 on a new 9mm handgun, you can pay $27.46 a month with Gear Fire Capital. It's all available at midlandarmory.com. Go to midlandarmory.com where they have a great selection of rifles, handguns, shotguns, magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, and more. Or if you're in Minnesota, go to Foley and see Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory so they can answer all of your questions. Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. And if you ever go in the ditch and you need help in central Minnesota, our friends at All Care Towing are here to help. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, they have the trucks and the wreckers to pick up everything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment. That's All Care Towing, nobody faster, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Johnny, you take care of this. I will be right back. Unmute yourself.
Yes. I keep forgetting that. I have to have my audio muted so I don't double on Zoom, and so I can always hear me when I mute my mic, and I don't. I'm retarded. You suck, Johnny. Yeah, I do. I suck, and I'm going to be live at 2, so if you want to watch that shit show, you can. If you don't want to, don't. We'll be going from 2 to 5:30. We can now take super chats. That's going to be awesome. We've got a couple of different news stories, including a lady who was forced to remove her prosthetic before boarding a plane. So that's going to be a fun story to talk about. We've got a few things in the news that we're going to be grabbing. I found a really, really old thing that came out 2 weeks ago about a really old car that's kind of interesting. So we'll watch that too. So Johnny, I would become a mod for you is my goal. I will become King Kong Dong. We'll work on that today. Okay, cool. The boss man is gone now, Johnny. Let's get to the real stories. What real stories? Every time I try to talk about a real story, there's an update. I feel like I'm on a Jerry Springer episode. I'm just glad I'm not the father. But I'm bummed. All right. He's going to suck at 2 o'clock, says Devil Pup. Yep, I'm going to suck at 2. Come on out and see it. Or don't. All right. Still got a sponsor? I have a sponsor. Yeah, I have a sponsor. Hemponics is my sponsor. I can link their stuff up in there. They do CBD, CBN, CBG. I use a lot of different medicines. I do believe in homeopathic medicine, but I don't think it can replace medicine. But things like CBG, CBD, CBN can be very helpful, especially CBN is a sleep aid. And if you want to get products like that, the best place in Minnesota is through my friends at Hemponics. They have 2 stores in New London and Wilmer, but you can order online if you're 21 or older, and this is the link to any of the Hemponics stuff.
The fuck are you doing reads now? What the hell?
Oh, well, they were asking if I still have a sponsor, and I do. I have a well, they're not even a sponsor. I have a
motherfucker.
Here's what I do. I hook people up with my weed guy, if you want to call it that. The internet that I get my CBD and CBG stuff, and I tell people they can get it there because I like the products. So that's all it is.
People are saying Aaron is taking his medicine right now. I know that is not the case. That is not the case. RP says he spammed us.
Oh.
People are saying Nick's group chats leaked. We knew that would happen. We knew that the group chats would come out. He's got to stop fucking talking, man. He's just got to go back. He's got to get better. He's got to get healthy. Do all that stuff. I mean, did he think that if he did all that if he went off in a group chat that people weren't going to leak it? Shit. Cabernet with $2 says you are extra retarded if you believe in homeopathy.
I don't believe it is a legit, like you can use this to cure things, but I think there's a lot of stuff you can use to help. Like I don't know if you guys know this, but most of your medicines and things, they're based off of chemicals and stuff that do come from plants. So you can find things like, say, a sleep aid that comes from a plant. I'm not saying don't take medicine or don't see a doctor. I can't do chemo. I have CBD. No, I'm all right. I guess I'm extra retarded.
Keanu was trying to call in earlier. Let's go ahead and see. She might be asleep. Keanu might be sleeping now, but let's see if we can get her on the phone. Turtle becoming a member for 17 months says, Johnny, this one is for you. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Johnny's show, by the way, the link is pinned to the top of the page. If you guys are wondering, people are saying that.
Yeah, I shouted out my show and I didn't link it. I put
to voicemail.
Shoot. Okay, I figured Keanu would be asleep by now. Oh, well, we'll get her next. Well, she'll be on tomorrow, too. I keep forgetting that tomorrow's Thursday. We'll have her on tomorrow's show. She'll be co-hosting, so be sure to tune in for that. All right, off we go to this this San Diego body cam footage. An officer was propositioned by a suspect in a patrol car. And I'm getting, like, he's resigned from the police force, so I'm guessing he didn't say no. Like, dude, this is like no number one as a cop. It's also fantasy number one for a cop. Like, if you hire some chick, if you arrest some chick and whoops, Freudian.
These ladies are just joining the police force to score some dick.
Sorry, guys. Freudian slip on my part. Maybe someone living in a house hires a woman and then just wants to have sex with her. My life is in shambles. Let's go ahead and check this out. A 7-Eleven, the classiest place to pick up a streetwalker to fuck. Let's go ahead and see how this goes.
Okay, we're just gonna go to my car right here, okay? Follow me. Is this car right here? On the side of my car.
First of all, you might want to check ID, officer, before you go in the back. She looks like a very slight girl.
Yeah, without a face to put on this, I'm worried here.
Bro, you might want to be careful. You end up like you're making an uncivil law video. How fucking creepy was that, by the way?
Was it a joke? Was he being sarcastic, or was that just because there was no delivery to imply sarcasm?
I don't want to know.
You, as a statement, you should never even think that, let alone say it. Jesus.
So the officer drove the woman to SDPD headquarters and then to Las Colinas Detention Center in Santee. Officer reminded the woman that she had a boyfriend.
Well, you're not.
The conversation becomes more direct.
Well, I can't hear you now.
She says, I'm down to fuck, right now. Oh, no.
Don't say that right now.
That's a bad
I said don't say that right now.
Yeah, that's right. My name is Officer Hare, and you don't want to wild me up your ass. You see,
I like how he keeps saying right now. He's like, everything's being recorded. I'm going to find a reason to turn this camera off and we can have a conversation.
So he's just sitting there like, don't say this right now. So he's like,
wait.
You know, that's called not closing the door. You know, he's keeping the door open just in case. Don't be saying that right now. It's being recorded. Not, hey, that's morally wrong. Hey, you shouldn't talk like that. It's more.
Are you trying to bribe a police officer with sexual favors?
Because everything's being recorded right now. What's going on?
Officer, only a few blocks from Los Colinas, Officer Hare asked the woman what she's doing. Oh, no. Moments later, Officer Hare's body cam goes dark.
Uh-oh.
Dude.
I can guess what she's doing then.
You can't turn off the body cam, dude. Gotta leave that shit on, buddy. The cruiser's GPS tracker shows Officer Hare slow down and turn down a residential street, eventually coming to a stop.
Oh, he came all right.
Hey, at least he wasn't driving and fucking, and he wasn't getting his dick sucked while he was driving. That's really dangerous.
Well, then she'd be in the front. Don't they have, like, weapons up there?
That's a good point. That's why you try to get up there. By any
the only
means
thing
necessary.
he was trying to discharge was his dick.
So he's just stopped. More than 10 minutes later, Officer Hare calls an officer for help. So turns out she's talking about being down to fuck. He doesn't know what she's doing in the back seat. He turns off his body cam, parks, and then 10 minutes later makes a call. Dude, this one's so obvious.
How hot and how fucking horny are you, and how hot is she that you're like, yeah, my entire job and my career, and like, I'll totally not get away with this, but fuck it, we'll do this.
To fuck some skank you just arrested, too. Like, if I'm arresting some chick outside of 7-Eleven, I don't know if sticking my dick in her unprotected is the wisest course of action. I mean, at least take her to the hospital and get her tested. And then
I'm down to fuck. Yeah, sitting in the back seat of this car, you clearly make good decisions.
Yeah, right. Officer Hare later said he was locked in the back seat with the woman. He and the woman stayed there for over an hour until help arrived. So he pulled the Super Troopers where she goes, Foster, in our squad cars, the doors lock from the outside. Oh, no. So he went to the back seat to fuck her and forgot that they don't open. Oh, you fucking
He forgot to turn off the child safety lock.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
At 2:37 a.m., another officer arrived at the scene. Spilled oatmeal on your pants again, eh, Officer Hare? Oh, that's a real bitch. I hate when that happens.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
How over is your life when you're doing this? Like, when you're a cop in the back, you know how this is going to look.
Oh, no.
All right, sir, step out of the vehicle for me.
Oh, no. What?
Boy.
You can't explain that away. You can't tell me you were doing anything in the backseat of that cop car other than fucking your suspect.
For an hour.
Oh,
Had time to do it twice.
How over is it for the, like, does he comprehend once he tried to open the door and it wouldn't open? Does he comprehend how fucked he is?
Just another person who couldn't think straight because he was too anxious to get laid and forgot, oh, yeah, these doors don't open on the inside.
Yeah, what a loser. What kind of idiot just starts having sex without any idea of the consequences the future might hold because of these actions? What a retard. Let's continue. Ooh, she was kind of a chunker, too. Did you see that?
Yeah, but it looked like he was.
Well, oof. Oh, buddy.
I'm gonna say I'm definitely say passing the age range.
Yeah. Dude, I'm not saying she's like Wendy in Breaking Bad, but ugh.
What code for?
Did they say anything to him?
Okay, hold on. Let me turn my camera on. She's code
Did he say, okay, let me turn my camera on?
4?
Or
She's
off?
4. Okay. Yeah, let me turn this off real quick.
Oh, let me turn this off real quick. Well, you shouldn't be able to do that, so they're going to turn it off when they talk to another officer. That clearly looks
doesn't
dirty.
seem right.
Shane F. says, innocent until proven guilty. All right, sure.
Yeah, swab her vagina. I bet there's some evidence.
You might find a fluid or two.
Yeah. I'd say blacklight the back of the cop car, but then with the people you deal with, you never know. There's probably substances and fluids that are all over
God,
those seats.
that thing's going to glow like it's nuclear. Are you kidding?
It's a Jackson Pollock painting back there.
Cabernet with $2 says, Johnny, the snake oil doesn't do anything, tard. Oh, shit, dude.
Oh, shit.
What kind of snake oil were you selling my audience?
Snake oil? CBD, CBG, and CBN. Those
CBD.
Those are things in marijuana. I guess marijuana and hemp and all those plants. I guess none of that stuff's real, and I'm an idiot.
Well, that guy's just saying it's snake oil.
Well, it's not made from snakes, so I don't know where that part comes from.
Alex Channel says, you don't know the whole story. You know, that's true. We just found you in the back seat of your squad car with a fat chick locked in. We need some more details as to what, after she said, I'm down to fuck.
We don't know the whole story, but we know that Hole's story, and her story was she'd bang.
Need Trump says, sorry, the batteries went dead. Goddamn body cams every time. Propaganda
Keep forgetting to charge it.
Propaganda LTD says maybe he says you can't get rid of an 80 IQ law abuser that happens to be a cop for some reason. Well, he's gone. He resigned. They never fire anybody anymore. Everyone always just gets that chance to leave. And you just get to go, oh, no, I didn't get fired. I quit. Hobo Chili Recipe says that once Aaron daydreamed that the Haagen-Dazs container became a woman and his bloated carcass like a Harley on a bad piece of road.
It's so descriptive that it's almost painful.
It really is. It really is. Thank you, Hobo. I appreciate your candor. Elron Butters says, Aaron, I'm down to fuck. Hey, what do you think? I just go around having sex willy-nilly? Just asking. Is that really
name one time that's happened repeatedly?
Name one time that it's happened for months. Please. I'll wait. This is very simple. We got like 10 minutes left, so we can quick hit a couple of these. Oh, and we can get to Dennis Quaid. I didn't know Dennis Quaid was a Trump guy. He's gonna give one of the most like lukewarm endorsements of Donald Trump I've ever seen. It's going to basically be like, what the fuck you gonna do? You know?
Well, that matches very well in juxtaposition of Robert De Niro's like, and they're clowns, and we tolerate clowns, but we have to vote for Biden. He went in front of his trial in the closing arguments and started screaming about January 6th and how we have to vote for Biden. You know, all of the key points of a hush money trial.
Yes. And by the way, he also, I heard he got booed like crazy outside of it.
Yeah, the people did not care for him.
You want to see a fireworks factory go up in flames?
Yes.
These are always fun explosions. This is in India.
4th of July early?
This is India, and I'm sure they have really stringent safety standards at the fireworks factory in Lampur. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, that's just fun.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Fuck, dude, we should blow up a fireworks factory once a month. That'd be so much fun. Look at that. That's the coolest, like...
I mean, it's a giant flume of quasi-toxic gas.
Well, right.
Yeah.
No. We'll take, like, decrepit old buildings once a month in urban areas, and we'll block it off, and people can't go close up to a certain point. And then we'll do like a fireworks building and we'll just blow it the fuck up. That sounds like a lot of fun. People would enjoy that. It would lift the spirits of the inner city. And plus, it would be nice to hear fireworks instead of gunshots for once.
How many people won't be able to enjoy the ceremony and all the show and stuff because they'll be hugging the floor going, God damn it, not again. Like, we're going to have to announce this.
Yeah, we're going to have to promote it a little bit. You're right. Maybe a little bit of marketing. I know. We'll put flyers out at Popeyes. We'll be good to go. I promise. Woo! That's just all kinds of fun. Fuck that.
Now, do you have any desire to stop this if you're nearby and you're seeing it happening or you were in there?
Fuck no. If I see any fire truck go by, I'm putting down spike strips. Don't take away my fireworks show. This thing is awesome. And if it's a whole fireworks shop, then they're going to be going up for an hour or so. Boo. We want more. Yeah, see, them people are screeching and screaming. They just don't know how to have a good time.
Because they're disappointed it's over. It was too quick.
It is nice. Oh, that would be awesome at night. Yeah, Super Happy Fun Time says, best marketing campaign ever. Steve writes, is this Aaron's marriage going up? Attaboy. Roots Calhoun says they're celebrating the 4th of Punjab. See, I think that's racist. I don't think that's an actual holiday.
Is that a holiday? I don't know.
I don't think so. Oh, J. Brock Contrarian, that was fucking brutal. Over on Rumble. Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck. I've learned that just because you got to do it too, it doesn't make it hurt less when other people make the joke at your expense.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you gotta do this thing where you're like, oh yeah, well I did too. And it's like, well, now you just sound like you're being, you're trying to
sour grapes, my friend.
Yeah, what do you do? Sid Saraf says, I find this segment racist. Yes, Sid Saraf would find this segment racist. That's saying that all Indians do is have poorly built buildings that blow up and launch fireworks. It's terrible.
I mean, if that's what you got as a result, I'm not against it. That's kind of a really cool show.
Let's go ahead and watch the let's take a look at the Dennis Quaid Piers Morgan thing. There we go. All right. Good. I'm just checking this out before I do the Piers Morgan thing.
Again, now I'm worried. We're talking show stuff, right? We're done.
Right. All right, here we go. Let's go to Piers Morgan and Dennis Quaid and him endorsing Donald Trump. This has got to feel good if you're Trump, because Dennis Quaid, I mean, he's a guy. He's starred in a lot of shit. But also, like, the way he's endorsing Trump is, I think at best we could describe it as lukewarm.
Well, you don't need anyone screaming how great Donald Trump is. We have plenty of people doing that.
Yeah, here we go. Here's Dennis Quaid talking to Piers Morgan.
What do you think of Trump?
I think I'm going to vote for him.
Really?
Yeah, in the next election. Yes, I am.
Are you ready for the blowback?
Well, yeah.
If inevitably comes
well,
with Trump?
I think in this election, everybody's got to, I think they're going to take a side or whatever.
Is it just me, or does Dennis Quaid, did he start looking like shit in a hurry?
He started aging really, really quickly.
Hashtag.
But then again, I mean, just compare him to his brother.
Hashtag. Well, yeah, I mean, look, he's in better shape than Randy. That's for sure. Randy not looking so good these days. Randy Quaid hasn't looked good for like 20 years at this point. But, yeah, Dennis Quaid really aged quick. And by the way, once you're like older and you have enough money and you don't need to do a shitload of movies, you can be a Republican in Hollywood. If you're young and you're, a headliner and you're pulling down a lot of money, you can't be a Republican yet. You got to wait. You just got to
Hell, if you're really, really successful, you can be anti-Semitic.
Right. And not only can you be anti-Semitic, they'll fucking bring you back to make more movies. You know why? Because you got to admit, the guy makes really fucking good movies.
And Robert Downey Jr. stood up for him and said, hey, we got to let him.
That's true. Well, that's
got
because
the RDJ bump.
That's because when, don't say bump, when it comes to RDJ, he's, look, recovery is one day at a time.
How much of that is him and how much of that is you?
Yeah, me too, I guess. You're right. Sorry. But when it comes to the Robert Downey Jr. thing, he got, why he got Mel's back.
Well, because Mel helped him out when he was in quite a bit of shit himself when he was down.
Yeah, when Robert Downey Jr. was struggling with addiction and getting arrested, Mel really picked him up. So Robert Downey Jr. returned the favor. This was like after Iron Man and everything. Like he had just come back and he stuck his neck out for Mel Gibson. That was pretty cool. But yeah, Mel Gibson yelled at a cop that the Jews are responsible for all the wars. And they're like, dude, you want to keep making movies? We need some money. He's like, yeah, sure.
The Patriot sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
But it's, it just seems to me, it just makes sense. I was ready not to vote for Trump until what I saw is more than politics. I see a weaponization of our justice system.
Yeah. See, look at that. That is like, that's living proof right there. There are people out there who were not necessarily Trump fans, but they saw all this shit. They're like, God, they're charging him with everything. He's got trials in like 4 different states. They're throwing everything at the wall trying to see if they can.
They're changing laws so they can hold him accountable for crimes that again normally wouldn't be brought up.
Right.
But,
people like Dennis Quaid who weren't going to vote for him saw this stuff and went, Jesus, I kind of feel sorry for him. They're trying to throw their political opponents in jail. And now he's going to vote for Donald Trump. I swear to God, man, this shit has backfired. And it has failed on them because people have found some sympathy, not only because shit is so bad and inflation is terrible and the interest rates and all that and the economy's in the shitter and they won't acknowledge it, but also there are people who are starting to, believe it or not, feel bad for Donald Trump.
This administration has taken a man who is one of the wealthiest people on the planet. He has a lot of money, and they've made him an underdog.
Yes, they've made a billionaire an underdog.
And a challenge to our Constitution, us as Americans, that I don't think we're going to have. And
does he sound and look drunk to you?
It looks like he has a bump on his head, like that. Because I'm even seeing it from this angle. Like, so is he got like some sort of thing going on?
I don't know. It sounds
He seems weird, like he's stuttering.
You know, Trump is the most investigated person probably in the history of the world.
No, he's not.
And they haven't been able to really get him. People might call him an asshole, but he's my asshole.
But can we rephrase that, please? Can we? No, this is your asshole, Dennis. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's such a weird, like, it's such a fucking strange, like voice of support, you know? Like, oh man, Donald Trump, yeah, I'll vote for him. Why? Well, he may be a fucking piece of shit, but he's my piece of shit. It's like, it's not exactly a ringing endorsement for the guy. Jesus. All right.
Like he said, we're seeing the justice system used as a weapon against one guy. And so a lot of people who might think that Donald Trump is a huge asshole are like, yeah, but I don't want to vote for the guy that's like, yeah, I'll just use the feds as my own personal Gestapo.
Right. All right, guys, we're out of here. That's it for today. Johnny's the link to Johnny's channel is right there at the top of the chat. Go ahead and like it, subscribe to it, like our channel, subscribe to that. We appreciate that Rumble and YouTube and all that, like during the peak of the show when we stopped talking about all the gossip stuff, 1,500 of you were hanging out with us. Over 1,000 hung out with us throughout the day after we stopped talking about that. Thank you for giving this show a chance. Thanks for giving us a shot. We appreciate it. Subscribe to the channel. Very cool. We've got our last evening show of the week coming tonight at 7 p.m. Then Keanu and I will be live at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Johnny is going live on Just Kidding LLC. That will be at 2 o'clock Central Time this afternoon. Johnny, thank you, buddy.
Thank you very much.
And to the rest of you, we will talk to you again tonight. Have a great rest of your day.